and here, and there. And that should have us live on all of the things. Just waiting to verify that it says we are live on everything. Okay, cool. So we're going to pick up where we left off in Valheim. For those who missed where we left off last time, we have killed the first boss. We have gotten to bronze enough that we have our boat, like our actual boat, not our little raft. We've got, I believe, the bronze armor and the bronze axe. You have to say something? Okay. Be mindful. Oh, rar, that's fine. Now sailing fun begins? Yep. I was gonna say, like, be mindful. What'd you say? Alright. So, with that said, we're probably in a situation where it might be worth our time. It's 50-50 on whether I should go and grab more bronze to upgrade our equipment, or just go for the tree fight. I believe for what we're doing, I'll probably want fire arrows. If I remember, I think the resin wooden feathers. I actually don't think I have hardly any feathers. Oh no, I got a ton of feathers. Okay. Yeah, because we'll go ahead and get the fire arrows made. That way, if we do fight off against the tree, I'm ready to rock and roll. Okay, that's good enough. Oh yeah, we could drop those in there as well. Okay, so I've got the fire arrows. And the extra pickaxes, I'm gonna toss those away for right now. Just because I think what we'll do, I have a decent amount of food.
What's the worst that could happen?
Alright, let me go ahead and get the boat moving before I start doing all that stuff, so at least we're moving. Okay, so I got a bunch of food on myself. We've got all that. We did a pretty good job of collecting materials. I've got my boat here. And as you can see with the last one, we killed the boss down here. That's where we killed the boss there. We obviously haven't seen that spot. But Elder is way up there. And I didn't realize it, but we did base ourselves in a bay. So I gotta go out this way and around. We are gonna try and skim the shore at least enough to, see the biomes and all that. Alright. So downside is no matter which way the wind is blowing. Oh, now I remember sailing in this game. Let's try and not bang that rock anymore if we have to. I managed to skip by without doing it.
I hope everyone's day has been wonderful, and I hope everyone, including Rual, continues to have a wonderful day.
Thank you, Strider. I appreciate that. Now, if I remember with the boating in this game, you have to be careful when you have, like, a solid crosswind like I'm dealing with right now. If we hit a storm with big waves with that, you could roll your boat over. They kind of want to go, like, straight into the water or out. Oh yeah, there's lots of fish now. Alright, so there's the hydrate. And we can go ahead and stretch. But yeah, so immediately all I'm trying to do is get outside of our bay. And I am cutting through the middle just so we can start revealing the terrain, just in case there's like a little spot of land or whatever. I do love that we're immediately being hit by, extremely awful fog. That's lovely. Yeah, thank you, Strider. I do hope everyone is having themselves a good day. Yeah, so my intention is to get to the mouth of the bay. We're gonna turn left. There's a pufferfish. Which all that's new. None of that was in the game last time. Also, don't let the seagulls land on your boat. Unless they fly off with it. Okay. Yeah, because right now I've got like a crosswind, so I'm not really going particularly fast. But if I turn left, I can get the wind behind me. And when that happens, I'll be able to potentially pick up quite a bit of speed. It's jank like that? Oh, is it like there's actually an issue in the game where when a seagull lands in your boat, the physics gets angry? And I had the bow ready in case I got to deal with a sea serpent at some point. No, the gull literally flies off with it? Okay. Those fish in the deep water are new to you too? They would freak you out seeing something move in the corner of your eye unexpectedly? Oh, yeah. Alright, so we're getting up towards the shore. There's stuff fighting on the shore. I'm not sure what it was. Looks like there might be a spawner over there. But yeah, so we're going towards Elder. That's going to take some doing. That said, the immediate thing we're doing right now... This is found to be untrue. It is 3 years old. Yeah, no, it didn't sound like an actual thing, because what would your counterplay even be? Like, stand up in your boat and start plunking arrows into it? And it just feels like a really weird, random thing to run into. Because it's always one of the things you gotta consider in games is like, okay, what is the play-counterplay situation of it? Not that games don't make bad ideas, they absolutely do. And usually that is what leads to bad ideas. Someone will add something to a game for, like, realism purposes, but then when you objectively look at it, you're like, oh, but, you know, it's not fun. Like, the counterplay is either non-existent or it's really laborious or whatever. Alright, so now I've got the wind mostly to our back. Which means exactly 10 seconds later the wind's going to go directly against me. I feel cold. Excellent. Oh good, I can see like nothing with the shore. We'll go a little wide on the shore just in case, since I have poor visibility because it's so dark. Hey Moon, if you can do me a solid here, I'd appreciate it. Yeah, I don't see land down that way. I keep hearing something, I'm not sure what I'm hearing. Like, there's the splashing, and that's fine. But there was something else. I don't love that both directions we've had to be like solidly sideways with the wind to be able to make any forward momentum. Just because, like I said, that's the easiest to roll your boat in when you've got bad weather, which granted we have perfectly fine weather right now. But the ocean do get choppy. But yeah, so we kind of want to circumnavigate the island. Yeah, so unfortunately we're going to have no wind backing us up for most of this. I saw a rock. And I could navigate deeper and then try turning in to like zigzag my way to use the wind at least half the time. I don't think I'm going to fight to do that, mostly because as dark it is and as foggy as it is out in the ocean, can't really see what I'm doing for like individual rocks jutting out and everything. So rather be more cautious, take my time. Plus I kind of want to go along the coast close enough that I can keep an eye on it. So that does mean my poor character is going to be paddling most of this unless the weather turns. Because when you get in the area where you're against the wind, you want to raise your sail and just paddle. Plus, I believe the odds of me running into a sea serpent aren't as high if I stay out of the ocean biome. I think you can still have them, but it also means I'm closer to shore, so if I do see a sea serpent coming... Looks like the wind is shifting. Excellent. But that also means if I do see a sea serpent, I can rush to shore where I can fight, where I don't have to worry about if my boat gets trashed, that suddenly I just sink. And then recovering my stuff becomes a huge nightmare because I don't have a spare boat ready. I do dislike that the moment you go into the ocean biome, everything gets foggy. That was actually, I can't remember which biome it was, whether it was the, I can't remember if it was the swamp. I think it was the swamp biome. There's one of the other biomes that I found that I really didn't like because the moment you got into that biome, you would run into issues where it was just suddenly everything would get super dark and you couldn't see. So even though you're out at the ocean where you should have perfectly fine sunlight, no cloud cover or anything, you suddenly would just like, I can't see anything. Like, it's fine when you're in the forest. Alright, so you got a spawner over here. It's something green and glowing up the hill. So let's go ahead and mark it. Spawner. And then we have right here... Troll Cave. Hey, Night Hey Lord. Swamp is foggy most of the time? Yeah. Yeah, so we got a troll cave there. I don't really need anything for the troll cave right now. I could get, like, the troll cave, but I'm not too worried about that. There was the spawner inland there. Oh, you set sail to the unknown? Scary stuff with a small little boat? Yeah. I actually haven't had too much problems with the little boat in my past playthroughs. So it looks like that's just a little island. I don't think that's actually a lagoon, so we're going to go ahead and cut in here. Just got to watch out for the rocks. Okay, that's lovely. Meanwhile... Spawner. Yeah, no, there's a bunch of rocks there. I don't need to fight my way into that. We can go around. It looks like it's just some type of little peninsula. Come on, you can go. There you go. And for a few seconds, I actually have proper wind behind our sail. I do hate when you cannot see the bottom. Alright, so it won't be too much longer before I'm going to pull aside. So let's see. Alright, so you're actually in pretty good shape. I just had to make sure the boat wasn't taking too much damage. Alright, meanwhile, Elder's way up there. Okay, so we got some rocky, not so great to navigate area here. That's a pretty steep angle. I'm not excited about keeping that full. All the shallow rocks here suck. Alright. Hi, jumping fish. How you doing? Yeah, so that's a spawner for the gray, whatever they are. The first in-game enemies, like as far as proper enemies. We do have a continent out in the distance over to the right there. I'm kind of going with sticking with our own island until we have another island to like bridge over to. Partly to explore some of the island around us, see if we've got our biomes like swamp or whatever. We probably won't. But also partly just because just going out into deep sea on the little boat can be pretty high risk. We will be able to build a portal some point soon. I can't remember if I have to kill Elder first or what. I know you use like the Sultan Core things or whatever, but we'll definitely want to set up portals to get back to home base and to whichever islands we end up going to. Makes me wonder what I'm missing then to build the portal. Or it could be I just haven't noticed. Either way, I need more cores to make it. I want to say it's something like 5 or 8, or it's a decent number of cores, I think, to make a portal. Usually the way I dealt with that is I just found a place on the map that we could find. There's like fire elemental things. And I want to say they would drop cores sometimes when you kill them, so you just mark where they had a respawner and you just pick on them. 2 cores? Gotcha. And once we navigate these areas like this, later on what this lets me do is later on when I'm trying to explore, I can just cut across like this little inlet here because I'll already know there's not much to see here. Okay, so that's not a river. The good news is almost all of this I'm seeing the tin all over the place out here. Alright, we have right over here, we've got another spawner right around there. And not worry about those being exact either, as long as the marking is even remotely close. Yeah, the spawners do show up in the crypts, but the problem is it takes a lot of like navigating the crypts to find like where in the crypt they're at. You may or may not find them. You might have one that has a bunch of them in it. You might have ones that have just like one in it. Versus when you find those fire elemental spawns, you can just kind of hang out there and keep killing them until you get what you need. What do we have with the blue tint over there? Okay, it's just a building. Well, the good news is, when it comes to getting copper and tin and all that, we have a ton of dark forest here. Okay, so let's slow down for just a minute. Right up here, we got another spawner. It does look like there is a river cutting through here to the north. Going down these rivers can kind of be messy. But if it is a river that takes me to the other side, it'd be good to map that. Because a lot of times when you have those paths that go way out wide like that, it usually means you don't necessarily have a fast route through. The downside is some of these rivers will get you in trouble. I hate the rocks. I also hate that we just cannot win with this wood. We just cannot get a win with this wind. I can't tell. I think that might just be dark forest. I'm just seeing that really light patch on the top. I wasn't sure if we were looking at like a very tiny snow biome. I actually don't know what's going on with that. Could just be a rock or something. Or the start of what would be a snow biome otherwise. Now the real dangerous one is when you have these like narrow passages like this, and one side is prairie or one side is swamp. Because then you have no maneuverability. You have to be right up against the shore, and if something dangerous shows up, you just gotta live with it. It does feel like that could go up to a mount as steep as that is. And I'm not marking those buildings because to me those buildings have never been super interesting. They can be where you find out where the next boss is, but to me that's more a thing to explore when you're actually trying to get the next boss. And since we've already found Elder, I don't need a thing to tell me where it is. Already found them. I'm gonna keep paddling. As much as the wind makes the ship sway, that's just asking to hit more. Probably not a bad place for tin either here. Dark forest on both sides, river just cutting through the middle. Decent length river. Alright, so this one kinda sucks because we are going to be close enough that it could potentially have stuff attack me from that. Alright. Take 2 seconds real fast. Alright, how far back you? You're right at the corner. Alright, so we have spawner there. So that'd be one if I do decide to take that route in the future. That's one to potentially destroy. How's the boat doing? Boat's fine. Alright. So actually I want to take the other shore. Both because of the wind and it's more in the direction of where we're trying to go. Alright. Oh, rock, 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 rock. Okay, we veered off. Okay, so that's meadows again. Let's see, you never played this game. Are there AI characters, or are you the only human? I believe you are the only human. It is a lot more around exploration of the world, crafter survival. Honestly, most crafting survival games don't feature other people. There are certainly exceptions to that, like plenty of them. But when you think about games that, like The Forest, you have like one or two kind of companion people that show up. You look at games like Project Zomboid, there's literally none. You look at games like, Green Hell, I believe there's basically none. Because a lot of them, like the entire idea is you're supposed to be dealing with you're alone in the world trying to make your way through. That's part of the allure appeal to a lot of people. That said, there's certainly exceptions as well. But yeah. And Valheim kind of came out the same time that, like, all of the survival crafter games were all dropping at the same point, where we got Green Hell, we got Valheim, we got, 7 Days to Die, we got, like, there was just this kind of time frame where every other game was a survival crafter. And that calmed down for a little while, and then it feels like we've kind of had, like, a second coming of all the survival crafters dropping again. That looks like it's shallow enough, I might bang into the bottom and try and cut across there. So that river there does not look like it's going the way I want it to. I turned way too sharp. Get a bang here. Yep. Because you watch some Aska people compare this, so I wasn't sure. I've also heard a lot of people, I think it was it Aska that a lot of people are comparing to RimWorld? Okay, I do think I will take this river, partially just to get it on my map. I keep overturning the boat. Alright. Because you can oversteer way too much. Because like you keep steering until you reverse direction. Alright. Ooh, okay, let's pull over after that one. That was actually a pretty bad hit. So, repairing the boat's actually not bad. You just need to find a spot you can get close to shore. This should be fine here. I'm just going to drop a bunch of speed real fast. Meanwhile, I did not bring wood with me. So I'm not going to cut the tree right on the shore there. And the reason I'm not going to do that is so I don't accidentally drop a tree on my boat. And I'll grab all this. Okay. I only need like 10 wood. I just figured I fell the trees. Let's just go ahead and take advantage of that. Alright, so I have to build you. And then with you nearby. Alright, so let's see. Ah, we actually do have what we need for a portal. Okay, so in hindsight, I should have brought those with me. That's actually okay. It's fine. What we'll do is we'll try and get over here. Get what we need. And then once we've got what we need, we can turn around and, I really... Please get untangled. Getting stuck on that tree. But yeah, if we can get like the cores and all that over by Elder, I can put up the portal there. And then we won't even worry about trying to fight Elder right that second. We'll try and get our boat back home. And then we'll build a portal back home. And then once we got those 2 points set up, we'll be good. I need to slow my roll. As much as I want to go really fast through here just to get by, the issue is there's so many spots that going at speed. Alright, well the wind's moving, so we get to paddle anyways. Rock. I managed to dodge it. Alright. Yeah, so the idea would be we can pretty easily set up a portal on the other side. I don't need like a full-on base. Usually what I'll do when it comes to setting up remote locations is I'll drop a portal. I'm gonna hit whatever this is. Get wrecked, neck. But usually what I'll end up doing is I will set up just like a place I can sleep, maybe a box or two, and a portal. And then the idea is with that, that's enough that I can sleep, maybe store a little bit of food, and so I can, you know, bring whatever I need to fight the boss, drop it all in the box, and then I'm ready to rock and roll to fight the boss. But also not having a ton of stuff out there that I gotta worry about defending and all that. I also generally find it's in my best interest to not build bases in really dangerous biomes unless I really have to. So like, for example, I found building a base in the swamp biome, even though there's lots of stuff you want in the swamp biome, was always a mistake. That instead I would find where there's like a meadow biome or something really close to the swamp biome, set up there, and then just walk over. Because getting constantly attacked by stuff like slimes and all that is absolutely obnoxious. Versus with the occasional like boar and grayling and all that is much less of a hassle. Alright, so we're getting pretty close to where the Elder is. So that's good news. The Elder should be in Dark Forest. And I don't mind setting up in Dark Forest. It's a little annoying with the Greylings constantly attacking, but there is potentially stuff we could do to mitigate that. Sometimes I'll get lucky and I'll have like an island that's within walking distance of the biome I'm going for, and I'll be able to make stuff happen with that. So you try to build on the border between the plains and meadows biome, so you can farm in both of your base. Yeah, it's not a bad idea for late game. Right now, if I get anywhere near a plains, the moment a mosquito shows up, we're just getting absolutely wrecked. Alright, so one thing we will need to do is I am going to need to get some of those cores. That does mean potentially popping around over here in the water. That's a pretty nasty sandbar there. I was just trying to see if I could see anything that looked like it might be where, we find a tomb or whatever. Because we'll start going around the island a little bit to see if we can't find a tomb to try and get those 2 cores real fast. So we got a spawner over there. So we got a spawner over here. Not gonna dodge the rock in time. Oh no, I got lucky and there's a wave there. Okay, I've lost all visibility, which is perfect. That's gonna help me find anything. I do hate when the weather is constantly awful. I can see nothing. You see there's trees up ahead there. This has always been one of those things that I don't like in a lot of the games that try and go for a type of realism. Which, not that Valheim is particularly a realistic game, is just making night obnoxiously dark. It's like, I get it, you want to force the player to make torches. Okay, that's like a river that goes up this way. There's no way I'm navigating a river in this nonsense. Like, it's fine to have it on the rare time, but man, I can't see anything. So all this is, hey, have you ever wanted your player to have horrible eye problems? Because that's how you do it. And then plus, I actually don't see a way I'd be able to do this. It's not like I have a, I could turn on a beacon or something. And so if your answer to play is not to play, like just to wait it out, that's just not fun. And again, it's realistic. But for me right now, it's like, okay, do I just park my boat on some shore away from where we're going to see much in the way of monsters? Like, just go on a tiny little meadow island and just sit there and wait till the morning? Because that's the safe choice. It also doesn't help I have a little bit of a glare going on right now. Now let's back away. We got skeletons shooting at us. Oh, something's fighting the skeletons. I also look at this kind of stuff and go, you know what, this isn't great as a content creator because no one can see what the heck is going on. Which content creator problems aren't necessarily the main worry about it for the game. But yeah. Okay, so it looks like the water's gonna go right up to where we can do the elder stuff. So you're just wanting for some glow in the dark? Yeah, I mean, I wish the moon did more light. Like, I don't mind it being darker, especially like when you're in the trees. But when you're just out at sea, it's like, look, man, I just can't see crap. Yeah, so I'm running into rocks and all that on the shore. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to back up here. We're just going to sit here for a minute because I can't see anything at all. There isn't a setting to, like, tone that down, is there? Is there fog effects? Not seeing it. That's fine. Yeah, unfortunately can't even see the moon to guess how long we have till daytime or whatever. But I can't see the shore to really pull in without damaging myself. There's clearly stuff fighting on the shore. I keep hearing all the critical hit sounds. We're not taking hits at all, so that's fine by me. But some fight is going on out there. But the Elder is like right on the top of my map here. So the hope is I can pull up here somewhere, we can run around nearby, and with a little bit of luck find ourselves a tomb to go in real fast, grab ourselves 2 cores. I'll have to kill some Greylings and all that for their eyes, which won't be that big a deal. And then with that we can build a portal down here, and like literally I'll just wall off an area for the portal. And then with that, we will be ready for a return trip. So realistically, for the return trip, what I'm going to do is I'm going to drop down here, and rather than go back the way we came through these 2 rivers, I'm going to go around this way and see what we can see. Try and navigate the shore a little bit. Would you go away, darkness? I know I'm cold. Look how darkness, my old friend. Nah, darkness is a big old jerk. Unfriended, unfollowed. Hey! Cut the crap. I need light. Like, I can distinctly see the moon reflection on the ground, but I do not see it above, so something... I can't see what's happening. This sucks. And I'm just waiting for, like, a serpent to show up and force me to have to, like, just slam into the shore and just make my best. Which then my luck will be that we'll have... Okay, so see there's a grayling over there on my right. Why is it that I drown when I swim in the water for 2 seconds, but the graylings can swim forever? Make it fair, game. If they chase me into the ocean, they too should drown. Trying to get close enough that I can actually see anything.
Thank you, Lornal, for subscribing for 12 months. Is it a lighting or gamma issue? Also hand waving.
Hey, Lornell, thank you so much for the Prime Gaming sub. That's 1 year you've been subbed to the channel. I really do appreciate that continued support, and I hope you enjoy your advertisement-free viewing as well as access to the emotes. So I can turn up the gamma, but the problem isn't brightness, which is what the gamma do. The problem is contrast, because everything is just either gray or black. So, like, you can see the silhouette there. Alright, so now that it's not technically night, suddenly I can see the actual shore. Still not well because of the fog, but at least there's something to be seen now. Alright, so there's a troll right there. High rock. So, it's looking like the Elder spot is right here. Let's see if I can't put the boat somewhere along this shore here. And we'll go in on foot and see if we can't find anything of value. So one of the catches are, my boat can be attacked while I'm not here. And that can make you real salty. And one of my options is I could destroy the boat, pick up all the resources to keep it safe kind of deal. Normally what you'd do is you'd grab the supplies for your portal in advance and then head over here, kind of thing. Alright, and just in case, mark our boat. I don't actually want to fight you, troll. You're kind of making this the type of situation I don't get to choose make my choice on. Alright, so let's deal with the troll real fast. Okay. Oh, tree, don't spawn me. Hey, skeleton. Hey, buddy, skeleton. Same team. Same team, skeleton. Skeleton, same team, buddy. You know the whole friend of my friend, or enemy of my enemy is my friend? Skeletons. Come on, man. Don't be this way. Yeah, you see that? If you just fight the troll, we could all get along. Oh, that stone almost got me in trouble. He hit me with the stone and knocked me towards the troll. Okay, my boat's still there. All right. Getting stuck in stuff. All right, deal with you. So good news is clearing a bunch of trees from the area, and I'm getting a bunch of the grayling stuff. Okay, so we got a spawner right next to us. All right. Okay. Give me your stuff, friend. You made me work hard enough for it. So I definitely don't want that spawner this close to where we would ultimately fight the boss. What is your comment here? It's the grayling skulls, right? Burn their young. Oh, lovely. All right. So we can go ahead and deal with that. I'm not sure if I was hitting that or not from where I was at. Okay, it's definitely on target. Okay, spawner is destroyed. Cool. Trees are the enemy, and they are the tree people. This is fine. Exactly. They should not have aligned themselves with the evil in this world. I just want to grab all the goodies we got here. Deer trophy I don't need. Okay, so let's drop some of the stuff back in our boat, because we got a bunch of junk on us. The mushrooms are nice too, but... And you want to be careful about trying to go to our boat without, you know, basically near full stam. Because when we start swimming, we're going to lose energy fast. Hey, Bentley, how's it going? So we have storage. Oh, yeah, the storage is not big. I forgot about that. Right now, I'm just going to toss all this stuff in here. Alright, so still need to kill more of those. We found the spawner. But now what we're looking for is just around here somewhere. No cart in the boat? No. Why would I have a cart in the boat? Like, we're not collecting materials right now. We're out here... Extra storage? Oh, can you do that kind of nonsense where you fill up the cart and then you put the full cart in the boat? No, that shouldn't be right. Alright. I wasn't paying attention, I thought it died. You did when Valheim was new. Yeah, no, if you could do like the bag in a bag in a bag kind of thing, I won't do that. Like, that's very clearly not intended to work that way. No judgment if other people do, like, at all. Alright, let's try to... Ooh, is that actually a troll cave? That is a troll cave. Alright, quick change of plan before we engage him. No, you put on top of the boat? Oh man, putting that on top of the boat sounds like the most cursed thing. I can only imagine that, that's gotta glitch out a bunch and do a bunch of random damage when you're going in the water. Yeah, no, I honestly wouldn't take my chances with that just because of past experiences with these kind of things. Alright. Okay, so I don't want to spend a lot of time doing base building here. But I will need to have enough to repair my equipment. All right. So let's go down here and deal with that troll real fast. I don't think the things we're looking for can appear in troll caves, but I also don't know, and I'm down to find out. All right. I know what your issue is where you keep going back and forth, but it's pretty annoying. Like, I get its pathing problems. but they're annoying pathing problems. Alright. His fires are good. They were a joke compared to other arrows. There's things that are weak to fire, and I believe trolls were one of them. I do know there's much better arrows later, but compared to regular arrows, they were tend to be better about it. Like, don't get me wrong, stuff like bone arrows against most of the targets, the bone arrows and all that were just better. It's kind of like how certain enemies are weak to, like, the blunt weapons, and certain enemies are weak to, like, piercing weapons. That kind of thing. Exact same idea. I get myself in trouble getting caught on the train as well, just because you keep stepping all over the place. And down. All right. Okay. Let's see. You remember okay with the troll dagger? Still possible Black Forest gear, I wonder. Yeah, and there's decent troll stuff, but the thing is I'm already moving into bronze. And troll, from what I recall, was mostly in between. Except the troll armor and all that, I believe, gives you a bonus to sneak. Which, honestly, I haven't been doing it like anything with. But that's fine. Alright, so my hope is that we're going to go in here. One of the things I do have to watch is... So we killed the troll outside. But I do remember you can have trolls inside as well. So we should be ready to go. I don't see the cores in there that I could make out. The big thing is I don't want to fight him inside there where I have no room that I can't see, because I remember I've died plenty of times to doing that. I do kind of want to run past him real fast and just see if there's anything in the back. Oh! That's kind of what I figured. Yeah, I remember that is a bad time. Like, with the right armor and all that, it's good, but I don't think it will sit there and try and parry the troll down. Usually fire a knave in the arrow. Let's see. Usually fire a fire arrow into the cave to get some light. Yeah. The thing is, it's a very confined space, and not really what I need right now. What I need right now is the Sultan core so I can put down a teleporter. Because I don't really want to leave my boat alone too long. Because we also have the risk of just seeing the thing saying, you know, dangerous creatures are heading towards your base. It's like, well, I'm not getting back there in time to do anything about it. Have the sound ready. So all I'm looking for is some tombs. Random troll may destroy your boat as well. Yep. That is always the concern. That's part of why I marked it, because if the random troll destroys my boat, there's a good chance I can get back and pick up the stuff. I still don't want to deal with it. Alright, so we do have a swamp up ahead on the left. Put that down, take the feathers. Yes, that's swamp over there, so that's not something we even remotely want to play with right now. Yeah, so for the moment we're just gonna run around a little bit here and there and just see if we can't find... Okay. Do barrels have anything in them? I couldn't interact with them when I checked before. It could be they have to destroy them to get stuff out of them. I didn't think to try that, which, you know, surprising video games that you can break terrain. That's fine, you get to live. Got another spawner over there. That's not what I need right now. And unlike where I'm on the boat and I feel comfortable standing around and marking the spawner, I don't want to deal with that when I got enemies nearby. Alright, so it looks like we're crossing the river. Okay. That you'll get base raids if you're at your base? Maybe. Ah, there. That's what we wanted to find. Like, maybe. Okay. So I got some spear skill and all that. So you get base rate at your current location, so as long as there is a valid workbench next to you. Gotcha. Are you seriously trying... TikTok is already like, we think that you've been idle. I've been streaming for like 1 hour. It's like, we think you've been idle. Like, we're gonna go ahead and end your stream if you don't answer the CAPTCHA. If it does that more than once, that'll be the thing that finally gets me to be like, never mind. So put a 2 marker there. Okay, so I just want to find 2 Sultan Core things. We're not gonna actually try and like full clear this place. If I get just that much, that's enough for me. Oh, I see. Alright, nothing this direction. Oh yeah, I don't have room for you. Okay. Nothing this direction either. Is this like the worst tomb ever? Hey, skeleton. Alright, we can take all we can carry. Keep the feathers so you don't have to hunt for those. I'll drop off... You know what? I actually don't care about the mushrooms. Or, sorry, the money really right now. Later on we'll care about it more, but right now... It's kind of whatever. That's bad timing. That's worse timing. cool. Is there seriously none in this place? Come on, man. Don't do this to me. I only need 2. Oh, we have a door we missed. Alright. That's much better. Except we only getting 1. So that doesn't help me. I'm only getting 1. That's fine. You can have the stone. I'll still take what we can get. Oh, no, wait. There's a second one. Cool, that's all we needed. Alright, so with that, let's get back out of here. And it's time to get back to where the boat is. We will carve a area around... Alright, so the boat should be literally straight west. Got a spawner over there. I'm just going to leave that alone. I don't need it. Okay, recover our stamina for just a minute. I do appreciate in this game when you're running, you can go just short of vertical. It just makes for such silly interactions that can be a lot of fun. Alright, so we're not going to be worrying about like making a proper base or anything like that. Literally, I'm just trying to set up the very basics for a teleporter for right now. And then we're going to turn and get out of here because I forgot to set up a teleporter back home. So if we get the teleporter set up here, I'll deal with you in a second. That's fine. Hey, Chunky and Funky, thank you so much for the raid. I do hope you had yourself a good stream, and welcome in, raiders. So what were we playing today? How did it go? And all that good stuff. We're just doing a little bit of Valheim, getting all that to happen and whatnot, wandering around in the dark. Okay, so we've got this tiny little thing with that on it. Oh, leave my boat alone. Come on, man. Was it worth it? Do you feel satisfied in your attacking my boat? Oh, you need fine wood. I don't know where we're gonna find pine wood nearby. Checking your map, this is all dark wood, isn't it? Yeah, it's all black forest all the way down there. I think you can get fine wood in black forest. I don't remember what the criteria are for that. Nevertheless, what we will do to start with... So you can at least put some walls behind here since it's going to be a minute. you go away? Oh, I thought I backed off enough. Alright, come on. So this is pretty annoying. Let's see here. What am I missing for the campfire? I'm probably missing stone, aren't I? And my inventory is super full. I don't want to run out to the boat quite yet. So there, of course, there are going to be another round of them coming here in a moment. I could already hear them. Let's see. For the moment, I don't even know what I want to drop. Give me your stones for long enough for at least me to build this thing. Alright. So let's pick up what we can, load some of it onto the boat to help with my inventory space. I do remember there was some trees in here you could break for fine wood. I don't remember which ones they were. In this case, I'll grab those out. I'll toss these in here for right now. Got ourselves a couple of the ancient seeds. All right. So it's not the fir trees, it's whatever the other trees are. Yeah, so just gonna make like a quick little wall around this, and that's just that way if I have to like run back and heal or, you know, whatever, they at least have enough room to do that. We also want to make the portal, which I need fine wood for, which is what we're waiting on. Alright. And one downside is they can actually swim from out here to us to do that. I also cannot repair my axe here, which is part of the reason I'm hoping we'll find the fine wood soon. Alright. The worst case scenario with the fine wood is what we end up doing is we grab our boat, we go down to the meadows, grab some fine wood, and then backtrack here. Which wouldn't be the worst decision. I'd rather not. I'd rather just figure out which tree I'm missing. But we'll figure it out. My inventory is getting full. No, it's not full weight-wise. Wonder why you wouldn't pick that up. Oh! That's core wood. Well, that's nice and all, but I actually needed fine wood. And so that presents a whole separate thing. Get out of here. What the heck did that open? So... nothing here takes core wood. We've got our beams and all that. I can make sharp spikes to protect my building, though. Yeah, no, I know you can get fine wood in there. I just thought there was a type of tree you could get there. I thought there was like 2 or 3 types of trees you could get it from. Stop hitting my walls. All right. Yeah, and I don't see any different trees here. Yeah, so it was the pine, I believe, was the one saying it was giving me core wood, and then the fir was the one just giving me regular wood. Hey, Lardine, how's it going? Yeah, so what I'm gonna probably need to do is I'm probably gonna need to grab my boat. We're gonna ride down to, there's meadows a bit south of us, get some fine wood. Cause either that or go north, and I know when we started heading north, we saw swamp. All right. I just need the tiniest bit more wood. Don't notice me, skeleton. You don't need to die. No, I'm too far. Alright, so, with that, let's quickly go ahead and mark right here that I've got a base situated right there. Elder base. But with that, let's not get too attached here. I can't do much that I need to do here. And I need fine wood. Let's pop in here real fast. And so the plan's gonna be is down over here is some meadows. I'm gonna have to go all the way down there. Thanks, game. Let me off the rock, please. That's fine. I just repaired it. Yep, so we're gonna go ahead and head down that way to the meadows and just see real fast if we can get some fine wood real fast, turn around, come back, drop the portal. And then we gotta sail all the way back home because I didn't set up a portal on the way back home. And that'll be a whole thing. Alright, Night Driller, you take it easy. And give me a second, it's getting hot in here. Alright. Alright, so we got the wind directly behind us now, so we should make good time. Yeah, so down along here is all meadows, so we should be able to find some fine wood there. What are we gonna ditch for the fine wood, though? Oh, the stone. That's fine. Oh, no, do I need the stone for it? No. Yeah, so when we get down there, we'll drop the stone and do that. You like the stream? Well, thank you. I appreciate it. I do hope so. Like I said, the first day we played Valheim, we didn't really have particularly good viewership. The follower count was also we lost followers while playing it, which can just be, that can also be stuff like a bot ban or something where we had a couple of bot accounts follow the channel at some point, and then, you know, Twitch purged them, but we just didn't gain new followers. But I figured I'd go ahead and give Valheim another go today. You know, if it does well, we keep playing it. If it doesn't do well, maybe it goes away. We'll see. My plan is to split the stream half and half, by the way. I haven't decided yet if I want to have the second half of stream be Coral Island or RimWorld. I think I'm going to be a little bit hesitant to break out No Man's Sky right now. I'm going to want to wait till these other games wrap up. And if we just don't get to the expedition, then that is what it is. And the only reason for that is just No Man's Sky is also one of those games that I haven't had particularly great numbers with. And just, I gotta be careful about doing too much stuff that doesn't work out for my numbers because this is my livelihood. And if my viewer count keeps, like, if I keep doing stuff that lowers my viewer count, you know, that doesn't go very well. Alright, so we're looking for the birch trees. Gonna beach because it's going too fast. Are these oak trees here? I don't actually want to fight you. I have no inventory space for you. At first I thought they're the same trees as back there, and I was like, oh no, wait, that's actually a legitimately bigger tree. Whole tree, one big log. All right. Yeah, I believe the oaks give you, I think it was fine wood and core wood. Regardless, I know they give you fine wood. So you have a wireless keyboard. This is actually, how's my inventory? Oh, I'm full weight wise. Let's toss out the regular wood. Okay. Please. It's like, please stop doing this. Oh, come on. Just let me on the boat. Yeah, I think that'll work after a minute. There we go. Because remember beaching boats and all that in the past as well. Wireless keyboard with multiple USB adapter being shipped. Basically, it's a band-aid fix for your laptop having non-functional keys. Oh yeah. No, that's a thing that absolutely happens to laptops quite a bit actually. That just as they wear out, because keyboards hold up pretty well when they're like nice mechanical keyboards and all that. But laptop keyboards in general tend to be, like, if you look underneath, it's just like a little plastic flip thing that goes like that. And so, the reality is they kinda, kind of just do not hold up to much at all. This is the one thing I do remember about Valheim. The wind is never on your side. It just... There isn't a reality where you have the wind you want. Okay, yeah, so I've got all the requirements, just need to get back to our workbench. Until you get, there's like, one of the powers is to like make the wind always behind you for a period of time. Then obviously you get wind that way. That said, we do just have to go right up here. Let's see, your close to 30-year-old Keytonic keyboard still works. Not in use though, as it is a PS2 connector. Yeah, the old 5-pin. Yeah, no, that's the thing. A mechanical keyboard, if you take care of it, the worst you'll ever have to do is replace a switch or two. Like, they do last for what feels pretty much like forever. Yeah. So I'm trying to use the wind a little bit. It is a very strong crosswind, though. So it's not going to do great for us, but we'll make it work. Yeah, so we can put up our portal here. Then we got to backtrack the way we came, because I just forgot to set up the portal on the other end. For some reason I had in my head I was probably going to need to kill the Elder first, which is just not the case. It also looks like we can probably craft stuff, I assume a better bow and all that with the fine wood. Now that we know where we can get core wood and whatnot. So we can deal with that when we get there. Let's see, basically the keyboard you need the multi-USB adapter because you're giving up a slot in your keyboard. Yeah, no, and usually laptops only have like 2, 3, 4 USB ports tops. Like some of them literally only come with one USB port these days. I haven't had any that have straight up not had a USB port. Are you? Oh, it's a fish. It sounded like there was a neck popping out here. It's like, you know, are you that set on trying to get? Alright. So it's time to start paddling. Okay. And then right up here should be where I got, like, the little area. Like I said, all I did was I put down a campfire, I put down a workbench, and I just put, like, kind of a wall with 2 gaps I can run by. That's all the more I'm going to make for defense most likely for here. Because most likely I'll only ever use this position for killing Elder. And then once I've killed Elder, I probably won't ever worry about this spot again. That said, I could certainly see going over here, once I've satisfied we've killed Elder and I got what I needed out of it, I could see just tearing down the portal and then moving it up the way. I did see we had swamp not too far ahead. Oh, space does that. So yeah, so you got swamp right here. I might sit there and go along the swamp and see what we got going on over there. Because if we're lucky with the swamp, we might have like a meadows right nearby the swamp on the other side. Worst case, I can set up in Black Forest. But that's the whole thing. The swamp, the base for the swamp, I usually kind of do similar to what I've got with the Elder base there. Where I'll put enough stuff, like that one I'll probably put a proper bed in there, and a portal and all that. But I won't take the time to like build out a full base. Generally in these games, I tend to only keep one main base. There is a reason to make a prairie base for the farming and all that. I remember that being a thing. But where, like, I'll have my main base actually build out and do a bunch of stuff. Because of how obnoxious a lot of the enemies are later in the game, when it comes to my later base, usually I'll just put, like, a wall around it real fast, put down some farm or whatever, and then, you know, we backtrack back to our main base, and we just go, like, we don't go near the prairie base other than when I'm picking up crops and all that. There's just a lot of time to invest in those, and I especially found the later areas where the enemies, you know, are dangerous and all that to be just kind of a nuisance. All right. That's you go with an SD card reader, a fancy laptop. Has 3 HDMI and USB-C that you're aware of. That's a lot of ports for a laptop. Okay, and we're just gonna plunk this right out here, out in the open. Here, let's change your snapping. That's not how you change your snapping. That's fine. Elder. Portals are great for fast travel between locations in the world. Of course, you need to build more than one. That's fine. Okay, so let's get the heck out of here before something trashes that. And then meanwhile, while that backs up, we will want to destroy that marker. Alright, come on, Sail, do your job. There you go. Yeah, so it's not actually meant to be like a fort. It's literally just meant so I can pop through a portal, not instantly be ganked by something. And that's pretty much it. So what I'm going to try to do is we're going to go and we're going to rush over this way. And I'm going to go along this shore and around the other way around the island. Because home is here. That's home. And I just want to go through. We already know I have to like go through multiple areas, that there's more continent up here. So I'm hoping we'll have a little bit of a better out this way. Let's see. It'll be fine for what you need, I'm sure. Yeah, that's exactly like, we don't need anything super amazing or anything like that. And I am deliberately trying to take a path slightly wider than we did before to just reveal a little bit more ocean. Also staying close enough to shore where if I get a serpent, I can just make a run for it. Because I also don't have anywhere I can put the serpent bits in if we do get a serpent. Oh, good. The game saw that I was sailing, it was like, hey, hang on a second. We put the wind in the direction other than where he's going. Very clearly, we need to turn the wind exactly opposite direction of where he wants to go. That's definitely exactly what we need in this moment. Thanks, game. It genuinely feels like Valheim trolls you with the wind. Where it's like, oh, you're moving somewhere? What if we put the wind the exact opposite direction? Let's see, Jay Walker says, when you bought this tablet, you wanted a laptop, but you couldn't get what you wanted for the price of this tablet? Yeah, no, that's not surprising. You're probably going to take your headphones USB port to hook the adapter to the plug in the keyboard and the headphones in there. Yeah, headphones don't tend to need to be high throughput, so that's not a big deal. The only things you got to be really careful about plugging into, you know, USB hubs and all that kind of stuff because of throughput concerns is devices that use lots and lots of bandwidth. So stuff like scanners can be pretty brutal, webcams can be rough. Any type of like optical or hard drive can be pretty rough to the USB port. If you're using SSD, the old HDDs, external hard drives, the hard drive itself is usually the bottleneck, so you don't have to worry as much. But This is one of those things, like, if you had, like, 2 or 3 webcams, for example, on one USB hub, you'd more than likely overwhelm the bus. And that's when you have all your cameras run like garbage. It's not usually an issue most people have to deal with, though. That's more like content creator kind of stuff. A lot of content creators, you hear them vent a little bit about USB woes, and a lot of time it boils down to the USB hub, whether it's on their motherboard or as a separate device, can't quite handle all the throughput of all the devices they're trying to hook up to it. Am I familiar with the Nitro series of laptops? No, I haven't been in the market for a laptop in a very long time. The last laptop I bought was for work, and it was a Surface Book 2, which I've been very impressed by. That thing's going on probably 7-8 years now and has not had so much as a quirk. And it was extensively used for a while. It's not used as much nowadays, but for a number of years it traveled a bunch and was extensively used. And most of our laptops I had did not hold up. Like, I think the MacBook Pro was the only one who held up nearly as well as this one. Oh, you're not sure if it has an SSD or an HDD? Most likely, a lot of those, they will, like, it depends. Some of them will just come over with an SSD to start with, but a lot of them will come with the default base option being a standard hard drive, and then you'll have an upgrade to an SSD. Generally, if you're buying what's supposed to be a performance or high-end or whatever, they will typically automatically come with an SSD in the last, like, 5, 6, 7 years. But going farther back than that or going budget, then it gets more tenuous. You can't remember the last time you saw a spinner on a laptop? Like an HDD? Yeah. If you're going budget, they still happen. These days, most hard drives, like, if you bought in, like, the last 3 years, you probably got an SSD. Before that, it kind of depends on, are you talking mid or high performance? You're probably in SSD. But when you get down to the budget ones, they always cut corners. And the question is, what corner got cut? A lot of times, and this is true of desktops too, a lot of times the corners they'll cut will be on your chipset and your motherboard. And so you'll look at the specs, it'll all look good, you know, you have lots of RAM, you'll have really good CPU, maybe a decent GPU, and then you look at the motherboard and it's a super duper cheap motherboard, and then you'll have that processor and just not be able to use half of its computation power because your bus is just not even remotely adequate for what you need. Oh good, the wind moved. This is a gaming laptop, was what you're told. Yeah, but even if it's marked as a quote-unquote gaming laptop, it depends on if it was budget, mid-range, or high-end. Gaming these days means it comes with pretty lights. Optical hard drives can be fine these days. And you're so old that you see as a requirement. I'm older than optical drives. And I do not miss them at all. Like, they serve their purpose. I'm not sad that they were a thing. But these days, like, with how good internet connections are and all that, I don't need it. Like, I do see it makes sense to get, like, a USB, CD, DVD, whatever drive, if you still have physical media you want to hold on to. But actually being built into the laptop these days? Nah. I don't even have a CD drive on my desktop computer. I haven't for multiple computers either. It's just not necessary anymore. Like, there's certainly a nostalgia and a comfort being like, I have this, if I need my files, they're right there. But I've come to realize I don't need it. And I know a lot of people are very, it's like, no, but I need to have my own copy of media. Like, if I don't own it, like physical copy, I don't own it. And there's certainly a bit of logic to that. But the reality is, CDs, DVDs, especially CDRs, they actually don't last forever. Like, and we're not even talking wear and tear. Even if you just put it in a jewel case, you shove it on a shelf and don't touch it, they actually do go bad. And then, like, how long it takes depends on environment, the quality of it, yada yada. But, like, your typical CDR lasts somewhere in the area of, like, 5 to 7 years before you start having data integrity issues. And so it is kind of one of those things that you'll have people who swear up and down about physical media, and you're like, man, almost all physical media has a shelf life. Now, granted, your old, like, cartridge games where they have, like, the big chunker chips in them, they have a pretty long shelf life. If you take good care of them, keep them in a good environment, they do last a long time. But even those don't last forever. So where a lot of people are like, no, if I have a disc, I have it forever. It's like, nah, man, you only have it forever if you're backing that up, like, every 5 years or so, making a new copy. Oh, come on, don't give me a super pitch black night again where I can't see crap. I'm gonna beach it and it's all my fault. I would like to blame visibility, but it's not my, like, it was literally just steering badly. You have over 20-year-old CDs burned? Right. But that's actually one of those things that's like, okay, so you've gotten lucky. It's the same thing where the average hard drive lifespan is supposed to be like 5 to 7 years under normal use for like a laptop, like an HDD style hard drive. Or no, the thing is 3 to 5 years for a laptop, 5 to 7 for a desktop. But then that does mean you will have people that have them last 15, 20, 30 years, but that's the outlier. Just the same, you'll have people who still have like the 3.5-inch discs that are still good. Those also had a fairly short lifespan as well. But you'll still have people who have ones that are, 30 years old now that they just pop it out and it reads. The point is, with a limited lifespan, you can't trust them. Like, they're not... Most of the time, they don't make it that far. Does it have a 200 gig from 20 years ago? Yeah, no, if it sits... If a HDD just sits on a shelf, they usually hold up pretty okay. Like, if they're not in use, HDD hard drives usually last. And I imagine SSDs would be the same way. Like, if it just sits on a shelf. But, 3.5-inch, you gotta make sure they stay within a certain temperature range. That's not as forgiving as you'd like to think. Same with the old CDRs. And again, price does matter. If you got a budget one, usually its lifespan is much shorter versus if you got a much nicer one. That's like quality of materials and all that. But the point is people like to feel like, oh, well, I have an original StarCraft 2 CD. It's like, yeah, that doesn't actually have an unlimited lifespan. Like, again, if you're putting it in a room that you've got like a closet that is consistently like 68 degrees almost at all times, and no one messes with it, it's out of light, like light span and all that, you're gonna get a much longer lifespan. But how many people can say that? Versus people who, they don't have reliable AC or anything kind of stuff. And then you also have, high humidity concerns and static concerns. Is burning at slow speed is also a factor in durability? I have no idea on the burn speed. I know higher burn speeds had a much higher rate of failure to burn properly. David says, you generally replace a hard drive, or at least used to, 200 gigabyte hard drive can be replaced with 1 terabyte for cheap. Yeah, no, generally speaking, anytime I rebuild a computer, I get new hard drives. I'll still keep the old hard drives because of backup purposes and all that. And quite often, I will have my last computer's hard drives will be like my spare, just this is where I dump files I don't care about kind of hard drive. So like where you install games, and when I say don't care about, like I care about my game save files and all that. But the reality with all that is, those save files, or those games nowadays with Steam and all that, I usually don't have to worry. Alright chat, bear with me for just a minute. I need to use the restroom real fast, so I'm going to do that real quick, and I'll be right back. So thank you again for tuning in. Plus, we did find a grappling arm down there, and the prawn suit, and the drill arm. So my hope is I'll be able to snag a, Hi, nightmares. Alright, take it easy. That said, that is what you don't want. That is the exact way that trees betray you. Luckily, I always keep my finger ready on shift. I can't see the road. Getting one of the things that really makes it easier to pick up trees. That's not what I want. I knew that was coming the moment that happened. And so the door appears to be just open. It's called an outpost. Okay, sorry about that. Oh, good. Oh, no! No! I forgot. Every time I come back from break, Valheim crashes. Oh, that means... Okay, well, it depends on where that boat got left. So we definitely had it save out up top. I don't think I have the materials to make another boat. The question is, did it save while we're at sea? Because with Valheim, it doesn't keep your save point where you were last present, the last I recall. I think it kicks you back to your bed. I could be wrong about that. That could be... I mean, that's the kind of stuff that actually get me to stop playing a game. Where, like, you have the game crash, and you were at sea with all of your goods that you were shipping between places, like a whole load of iron you collected, and you have the game crash, and now your boat's somewhere in the ocean, you have no idea where, because you got punted somewhere else. We'll see what happens. So we did spawn back home. So what we're gonna go is I'm going to hope our last save happened to be... Nope, we didn't have the portal up. We have the materials for building the portal on our inventory, but we didn't actually get the portal built. So the good news is, that means I know exactly where my boat is. The bad news is, that doesn't help me, because my boat, right now, is right there. Or somewhere along that side. Alright. So first of all, we build our portal. That'll be our first step, is we build our portal. For the moment, I don't really have a place in mind exactly where I would put the portal, because I don't want it just in the middle of the room. I think we're going to do that anyways, though. I'll put the portal here for right now. Yeah. Okay, so they have to be the same name. So we'll say Elder. Alright, so we've got you. So before we go anywhere, I can go ahead and... I need to build... another boat. And I have a real bad feeling that means we have to collect all the bronze all over again. The other good news is that does mean I have the core wood on my person. So let's see what we can do with that. Okay. So we should be able to make a couple things. So I don't care about making the tunic or the trousers. What would it take for me to make the troll hide cape? 10 bones, we can make that happen. We can make the troll hide cape, because that should be an improvement on what I got. Hey, White Jaguar. Getting the 100 stream streak, catching the last 100 streams without missing a single one, so thank you so much for that. I do appreciate it. We can go ahead and just drop this in here for right now. Alright, so what do we have here? Do we have anything new here? We got a stag breaker. So we have that, which is just, it is a very high blunt damage weapon. And that requires core wood. Most of the rest of this, nothing new. So let's pop over here. Okay, so we can make a bronze pickaxe. I'll probably want to do that as well. Yeah, so the bronze pickaxe is new. The cultivator is a farming tool that's new. But the big issue I have is I believe I am fresh out of bronze. I've got 1 bar. Needless to say, that's not going to cut it. So the big problem I have right now is I don't have what I need to make another boat. So I'm going to have to deal with that. Alright, so for making a cart to haul stuff around, I need 20 regular wood. So we'll go ahead and grab 20 wood. So unfortunately, I cannot make a replacement boat to do that. And would pop it over on YouTube. Sorry about not responding right away. I do stream on a lot of platforms, and unfortunately, YouTube tends to be the one that, if I'm being honest, the comments tend to be less meaningful. We get lots of people just pop over there and have nothing better to do than be trolls. Oh, I should also be checking, real fast to see what I actually need in regard to copper and tin. So for copper and tin, I need both. I have basically none of either. So it's both helpful and not helpful. Man, that sucks. It's one thing when your boat gets destroyed because you get into a fight or whatever. It's another thing when you just kind of lose access to your boat. Just because. Did I already empty this tomb out? Because I still need a second core. So I could pop in here real fast and grab a core if there's one in there. And this time I'm going to try going north around here. And see if we find anything there. Yeah, so, as a reminder, so one thing I need to do, I'm curious what caused the crash. If it's like tabbing out of the game for more than a couple seconds and back, or like exactly what's doing it. Because we have had every time I've gone and taken like a couple minute break. I don't have time for you, troll. There you go. It'll be waiting for me when I get back out there, but that's fine. I can survive a hit from it. I'm going behind me as well, so let's try and push. Okay. Yeah, the good news with the bronze armor is I can take enough abuse that when that kind of stuff happens where I get flanked by something like skeletons, I can just kind of muscle through it. Not that I can't be killed by them. but it's more I gotta watch for ones that are like multiple star and all that. Okay, so I got all them killed. That's what I want to see. That's enough cores now for 2.5 portals. That's perfect. We'll still clear the place out because we're down here. And I like when we're done with these, I can just mark it off and be like, there's no reason to ever go back. So I'm assuming this is the way we haven't been yet, since there's a glowing mushroom here, and I tend to pick all those up. Alright. Okay, we got... that one killed. Cool. Yep, so that's enough for 3 portals now. That's actually good because I can also build a second smelter if need be. And that'll let us improve our throughput on smelting stuff. Because it is one of those things that when we get a bunch of ore, it just takes time to smelt it all. Alright. So that's another one destroyed. That's interesting. You can plainly see around that wall. I think it's just like a graphical glitch or whatever, but that's fine. Alright. Okay, and I think that is it. But yeah, now it's solid. We got 6 cores out of that. And each portal is 2, and we already had 1 back at home, so I should be able to make another smelter. And on top of that, I should also be able to make a second portal on the other side. I'm gonna go and run away because there was a troll there when we went in. But that's a lot of goodies, so let's drop it all off. Alright. And then pretty soon Tomb should be home. She's picking up dinner for us and all that, since basically with all the doctor stuff, I was like, I'm super tired.
What's the worst that could happen?
Alright, so let's see here. Crafting. So that's 5. Okay. So that's actually okay, because I should have 7 of these combined. Yeah. So I could drop off one of these in here. Grab the stone. Build the second smelter. Which I mentioned before, my plan is to move those up here, so I'm going to go ahead and do that now. It's not going to be the most convenient placing and all that. Oh, the workbench is too far away. So 7, workbench. You can just live right there for right now. Alright, so we've got that. Grab you and all your materials. Alright. Grab you and all your materials. Okay. And grab the stuff out of the box. And we'll try and take the box right up here. And drop it all off. Okay, and furniture. Okay. So we can get those both built. Drop the rest of the coal in here. Alright, yeah, we just have regular wood on me, so we can go ahead and drop that in here real fast. Cool. And so with that, we can drop off everything else we got in here. And I should have enough. Yep, so I've got plenty of stuff here for dealing with that. Put our mushroom down there. Okay, so we've got a full stack of amber, full stack of that. I'm going to toss this in here. Then for the cart business, I need to get 20 wood. I probably have that thing right here. I do not, so we'll just get our own wood while we're out. Okay, so with that, oh, we should probably just go to sleep. Now, what I am curious about is with our boat just sitting out somewhere, we should be far enough away that nothing will spawn into existence to attack it until we get there. So if I take another boat all the way up there, we can potentially grab that boat, smash it to bits so it's in my inventory, and then, you know, then deal with all that. So this time what I'm going to go ahead and do is rather than go to where I know I have copper nodes right now, I'm going to run up this way to see if we can't find more tin this way, since I need both anyways. We'll work our way up here. I'll also end up needing to kill the deer, but I'm not going to focus on that, because we can handle deer relatively fine. So my hope here is we'll be able to just get to the other side of this place pretty quick and get this. Oh, one thing I need to do. We already fully explored that, so I don't need to have that still going. Is that still dark or black forest, or is this getting to the winter biome? It's feeling kind of winter biome-ish. Not sure. I feel like that is. Yeah, where those trees change, I'm pretty sure that's mountain biome up there. You another crypt or whatever? No. Okay, I'm not worried about fighting them particularly. I don't have a need for more bones or anything like that. Laura the Grey Dwarf's added. Yep, we can read that later. Yeah, so that's definitely mountain biome over there. I can see the snow on the ground. Yep, nope. Where there's snow, there's wolves. Where there's wolves, there's our own horrible, horrible death. Yeah, so it's all mountain up there. Okay. So basically, that's just ocean down that way. So I'm not going to worry too much about that, because that's the area we've already kind of tapped for its tin, which is the whole reason I'm going this direction to begin with. So these two are getting annoying enough. That now we're just dealing with them. Did I actually okay, I did grab all my pickaxes. Alright. Okay, so we've got a copper node here. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna use the same strategy I used last time, which is we're gonna go up and down the beach till I get pretty close to a full inventory of tin. And then once I've done that, we'll return to a copper node and we'll just basically fill up a wagon as much as we can with copper at that point. But the tin is the one I gotta move around a lot for first, so I want to do that first. It's like once I get the wagon out, we deal with the pain of moving the wagon around. Okay. Cool, we got a bunch of water up to knee level. Now I've got all this. This is also giving me an idea about what this shore looks like a little bit more. We're not going to explore nearly as fast as we would by boat, but just running up and down the shore real fast. We can figure out if, like, the Black Forest ends right away, which I can see there's meadows way up there ahead. Saw you on YouTube? Well, cool. Glad to have you. Hope you enjoyed the time over on YouTube as well, but welcome over to Twitch. This is where, like, the real action happens. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Been a pretty quiet night over here on Twitch. Usually it's a bit more lively. I do unfortunately feel like Valheim perhaps is not the best fit for the channel. Because it'd be the second stream in a row with Valheim that we've had. pretty lackluster numbers. But that's okay, we got plenty of stuff we play here. There'll be games that work out and games that don't. So is the whole just life of being a creator. I'm guessing that's gonna be more snow up there. How much was the game? Oh, I have no idea what the game costs nowadays. I got the game like right when it released, literal years ago. If you do, I believe it is !Steam. It'll pull up the US pricing for the game. That's stone, I don't want that. I believe it will pull the current price of the game on Steam for US areas. And even if you're not in the US, it should give you a vague idea what kind of price you're talking. Alright, so now we're over to Meadows, so we're past where we'll see any more tin. So how far... Yeah, so with the boat we were up here when we crashed. Yeah, so it's saying it's 20 bucks right now. Alright, so we're gonna go and run back down towards where we found that copper. I'll actually go up this way as well. So are you actually going mountain or are you just steep? This feels mountainous. Yeah, that's snow up there. We don't want to mess with that. The wolves will absolutely kill us. So that's a winter biome right there. Or snow, it's a mountain biome. I keep calling it winter, it's mountain. I kind of wish the enemies weren't as plentiful in the game. That, like, you would have areas you'd run into them more. Like, I realize they're like, oh, this enemy is the Dark Forest enemy. But I'm saying you'd have, like, the spawners would be thick with them, but then most of the other areas you'd only run to occasional ones here and there. Like, I'm fine with them, like, you run into them in groups so you actually have a fight. That's fine. Oh, and if we go here... Troll Cave.
Take a sip. What's the worst that could happen?
Alright. So I haven't seen another copper node around here, but that's fine. Honestly, if you take your time to mine a copper node properly, one copper node will usually cover about a wagon's worth or more. That'll be way overkill. So here's another copper node. I don't think this is the same one we... Yeah, no, the other one we marked is just down the hill there. Yeah, so that's a copper node down there as well. Copper. Alright, chat, but first save. Oh, no, if I save, it's gonna crash. Or not if I save. If I step away, it's gonna crash. That might actually end up being the deal breaker for this game more than anything. Is just the nature of when I crash, I'm gonna get kicked back to... I'm gonna get kicked back to where we were. So I'm just gonna go ahead and pick up like one stack of copper, so if that does happen, at least we bring some stuff back. Then go here. Toss the stone on the ground. Alright, so, chat, I need to quickly step away. My wife just got home. I'm just going to welcome her home real fast and help her carry up the food and all that, and I'll be right back. So I do apologize about that, but I'll be back here in just a minute. I am going to manually save. That way, if we do have the crash when I get back, like we've been having anytime I come back from being away, that at least we have all our stuff with us. Anyways, I'll be right back, so thank you again for tuning in. I'll be back in a moment. In the meantime, I see some nature and I don't like it. Look at nature's hubris being all over the place here. How dare nature? You know what we should do that our characters haven't done? Let's have a lantern. A sky lantern thing. We've done this, I think, 3 or 4 times in this run, and we have had not a single one that has been a positive experience. So, we'll see if this one's better. It's the first time we've had one with clear skies. Mayhaps not be a jerk about it. Okay, I got some. And that's why you hold shift when you hear the noise. Don't you do that. Whew. Well, I'm amped. Who's amped? And so the door appears to be just open. It's called an outpost. So let's try opening the door and peeking in and see how it goes. Oh, I hate it. Never mind. That's no. Let's be cold crabs. You're mechanical crabs. We can be friends. All right, we'll reload that. There we go. Just had to top it off. Okay, I guess we're going this way. This is cursed. Please. Well, that was lovely. Let's go ahead and do that real fast. There we go. Destroy it all. But I mean, it'll distract you maybe. Or just frustrate you. I don't know. I have a crush on a young man, but he doesn't feel the same. That drives me character. I need a potion. Yes. What do you mean? What do you mean? Come on. You have a crush on a young man. He doesn't feel the same way. Come on. Look. I'm not gonna tell you how that works. But I'm telling you, this potion is going to solve your problem. It may create a new series of other problems, but him not paying attention to you will not be a thing. No, give him the potion, not her. Well, no, I give her the potion to give to him. I'm sure she can figure it out. All right, so let's see. Yep, so literally the moment the game came back at focus, like, I haven't even clicked on the game window. I just changed the scene back to the game that it crashes. So let's see here what happens. We did save right before I stepped away. So that's weird. That's really weird that, like, taking the game in and out of focus so far as the OBS goes is enough to crash it. Like, it's not like a blue screen kind of crash. It's literally just Valheim. Like, no performance hiccups, no nothing else. Just Valheim's like, nah. Too much. What's your favorite game? That would depend on what time of day it is, what I've eaten for lunch, what the temperature is outside. If I look at my watch, what's time on. The point is, I actually don't approach games by like saying this is my favorite, this is not my favorite. So this time I actually respawned here. Versus the other times we've had that crash, I didn't spawn back where we were. Instead, I spawned, yeah, so it's not, I don't think it's actually the game losing focus. It's OBS that when OBS loses focus on it. Because the game is still out of focus and comes back. Like right now, I've just windowed keyed out, I clicked on the Steam, clicked on OBS, clicked back in the game, and it's fine. So it's either being out of focus for some period of time that's the thing that's upsetting it, or it's something... I'm hoping that'll be enough. Or it's something related to, Sorry, I'm trying to... There we go. So it's either just the game being out of focus for a while, or it's something about where the active source is Valheim versus is not Valheim. And I don't know why, but that seems to be what it might be related to. I'll drop that pile there. Alright, so let's see here. We can put the tin in there, we can put the copper in here. I'll also drop the wood. We'll drop all of this stuff in here for right now that isn't going to be used for fighting. Alright. So I just think it's something going on with Valheim with the focus. So it's probably one of those things that if I wanted to fix it, I could either try switching where right now I'm using the Vulkan rendering. I could try switching off of Vulkan. That would certainly be one test. I could also switch the way I'm capturing the game. That said, it requires desktop capture. That's usually a deal breaker for me for a game beyond like doing a demo or something. Because this day and age, requiring desktop capture for a game is really kind of inexcusable. Alright. Because as a content creator, desktop capture genuinely puts me at risk of doxing myself kind of thing. While I do turn off my notifications and all that, you never know when something's gonna end up presenting information you don't want publicly displayed and all that. So, like, you know, gives your personal email address out, you know, you'll have your browser comes up and it's on a page that has your home address or whatever. So it's one of the reasons when you see me, like, clicking around to, like, browser stuff and all that, I'll always do it on a separate screen, make sure whatever it is fine, and then bring it on the screen after I'm satisfied. It's all about just protecting myself. Because you never know when someone's going to be, like, weird and decide they want to swat someone or whatever. Let's see, it's 3:45 in the morning, you need to go to, fishing in an hour? What should you do? I mean, I don't know. It does, like, an hour till you have to go fishing doesn't sound like a very long time. So I don't think there's much in the way of options, because especially if you're having to leave for fishing at that time, I assume, you know, you need time to get there and all that. Play Valheim? Valheim is a game you don't get much done in an hour. Like, only an hour available is usually a game that you can pop into around and get there. Double check your gear? I mean, my gear is fine. Oh, you mean double check your fishing tackle and all that? So one thing I'm worried about here with the cart, and I'm gonna try and make sure I get ahead of it, is I'm worried that when I go and break the copper in front of it, it's gonna keep rolling down the hill. So I'm gonna try and deal with this spot last. Alright, is there a good spot for me to move that? Alright. That's still at least a place I can get to it. Hey, Truly, how's it going? Did they say 3:45 in the morning? I know it said 3:45. I mean, they may have said it. I may have just forgotten it already. Plus, you never know. There's definitely a thing about certain kinds of fish being active at certain parts of day and like in real life that you know you're going at 5 in the morning, but you have to wake up and eat and all that. Gotcha. Yeah, and I was gonna say, I definitely remember when I used to fish with the family and all that. Fishing was quite often a very... You either went first thing in the morning kind of thing, or you started going pretty late in the evening. You didn't often just fish in the middle of the day. Not if your goal was to actually catch anything. Alright, this is gonna get nasty here. By the way, in the EU, so different time zones. Well, I mean, I gathered that. Like, you know, it's coming up on 10 p.m. here, so. But yeah, no. Generally speaking, a lot of times fishing is early morning, late night activity. There is fishing during the day, but I found for like, it depends on what you're fishing for. Like, if you're doing small things like bluegill and mullet or whatever, like freshwater fishing, then yeah, middle of the day is fine. But, like, if you were bass fishing or whatever, usually that was fairly early morning, evening kind of thing. Catfish are kind of anytime during the day. Alright, so we're slowly getting that. That's up to 681 stones. Alright, and I got one more of these. And then the nightmare that's gonna be trying to get this cart over this mountain. Well, over this... We don't want to go over the mountain itself. That's where we're trying to get. Are you implying bring a firearm, Darth? One would hope the people you're fishing, like, what do you expect to happen fishing? Like, one does not necessarily need to arm themselves to go fishing. You never seen The Godfather? Alright, okay, I mean, if we're referencing a movie, that's something different. Well, I mean, Bentley, that really depends on where you're at. Like, if you're in an area with, like, bears and all that, that's actually a genuine concern and all that, sure. If you're in an area where you have, like, large predators that you gotta worry about, sure. But that's not everywhere. If you're near gators, snaked and snake heads, well, if you're expecting to bring a firearm on your person and shoot a gator and it mean anything, you're going to be sorely mistaken. Gators are actually pretty durable to firearms. It's one of the big problems people run into with them. Depends on the caliber? Yeah, but there's still... Plus, gators are an ambush predator. Their whole gimmick is they jump you when you're not expecting it. You know, like, whether or not you survive an experience with the gators determined in, like, the first couple of seconds. Because then it's too late for basically anything after that. Oh, not right now, you. Alright, get away from the block. I'm, like, don't get me wrong, I fish in Florida when I've fished. I don't fish often, it's not really my kind of activity. But I have never seen a situation where a gun is going to be anything but a problem. Like, it's not... Like, I get the idea that, like, oh, you could be out there and you could run to whatever. If you're in a boat, you usually don't need to worry about snakes that much. Gators are an ambush predator. If you're attacked by a gator, it basically means it's already probably too late. Like, it's grabbed you and it's pulling you in the water. Like, you're already screwed. Generally speaking, outside of areas that are highly trafficked by people, gators also want nothing to do with you. Water moccasins will climb in a boat and attack? I have never seen that. And I've absolutely been in very water moccasin infested areas. I'm not saying it couldn't happen. I don't think that's a realistic thing. And more likely with a water moccasin, you want something like a machete, not a firearm. Because do you know what you don't want to do? Shoot holes in the boat. Because that's what you're going to be doing if you're shooting down at something on your boat. Like, I'm not someone who's, like, anti-gun or anything, but you're bringing the wrong tool to the trade, friend. Shoot them before you get in the boat? I hear what you're saying, but I've not even heard of people doing that kind of stuff. Like, I've definitely heard about, like, water moccasins. Like, water moccasins are dangerous and aggressive and all that. But even in the areas that they're at, you usually don't have them just randomly just lunging into your boat. I feel genuinely like that's people coming up with reasons to carry guns for their own desire to carry guns. Aw, come on. So the problem I'm running in here is getting over that hill with that cart is gonna be problematic. Because the home is just on the other side of this mountain range here. And we came up from this side. You can see we basically... No, actually, I think we came through... I actually am not sure where we came through. Because we didn't go far enough up there to get around there. Where's my cart? There you are. Because the problem I'm running into right now is that's getting steeper that way. And this is just, like, straight up there is just mountain biome. And I've got to be careful with the cart that I don't roll it into the ocean. And these people will not leave me alone. It's really annoying. Yeah, but even alligators generally won't, like, if you're in like a kayak or something, maybe you got a threat, but if you're in like an actual boat, gators aren't gonna mess with you. Not unless you're doing something to like deliberately antagonize the situation. Like I said, to me, you haven't lived in the swamps in Florida? I literally... Yes, I have. You're in a canoe with 60-foot gators, they ran... Well, yeah, no, that's what I was gonna say. If you're in a canoe, that's a different thing. I don't know anyone who fishes from a canoe on any regularity. Have you lived in the Everglades? I'm north of the Everglades, but we have swamp here. Like, we have genuine swamp here, too. The Everglades is just one swamp. One of many. It's not that it's, like, particularly better or worse or whatever. Oh, don't do that. It's gonna hit that tree and get stuck. Alright. Yeah, no, like I said, I'm not someone who is like, hey, gun bad or whatever. But no, that's... Would you go away? Well, that's not what you want. Alright, well, our spear broke. That's not my favorite. Like, I would feel better about this if I had died, and that's why I had to do this. The fact that literally the game, like, focused out and focused back in, and that crashed, so we have our boat with all our stuff just sitting out there somewhere, and I can't get to it because I was working on building the portals when it happened. Just as a very feels bad man thing. If you don't know about the USA, but the place where you fish does have bears and wolves, usually don't come close to humans, but it's fine for church. Yeah, like I said, it's different with stuff like bears and wolves, that if they're hungry and desperate, they are known to kind of go after the fish and whatnot. That's a different story. Alligators generally won't, like, they're not going to come after you because you have a fish. That's just not what alligators do. And even water moccasins, like I said, it's one thing if you're out in the water, but even then, if you're out in your shoes in the water where water moccasins are, the problem isn't the firearm and all that. The problem is you're being really dumb. You're going someplace where you know it's dangerous, and the correct answer for dealing with that is you just get waders. You get some nice thick waders, the snakes can't bite through it, and you just do that. Yeah, like, I would be more worried about a random dog than a water moccasin or whatever attacking me while I'm fishing. Because most of the time when you fish around here, you're either fishing off of a dock or you're fishing off of a boat, or along the shoreline where you're up above. You're usually not wading out into the water too far. Let's see, will the Yellowstone Park give you big time anxiety? You're not you're nowhere near Yellowstone Park! Oh, I forgot that was even there. Oh my god, please. How is this thing still so aggravating to use after all this time? Alright. Let's see, wolves at Yellowstone have big time anxiety problems when they're around folks, or folks around them. They hear snow treader. Yeah, well that's the thing. Most wild animals will stay away from people. And a big reason for that is because when they don't, you know, people hurt them. And I'm not saying there aren't things like again, bear territory is a different animal. Because bears are very curious animals. They are animals that if they get hungry, they will, you know, get close to people. People are really dumb and feed them, which makes them even more of a problem because now they don't fear people at all. And so, like, bears are a different story. But, like, gators generally will stay away from people as well. Again, unless people are feeding them, which does happen. But unless you're gonna be walking around with, like, a high-caliber rifle, I know people are saying, oh, well, they haven't met 45. They've had alligators get shot with 45 and just not do serious damage. Gators are ridiculously durable creatures. Yeah, that'll be cop. Like, prevention is how you deal with that. Your brother is sleepwalking? Okay. If the bear has cubs, don't get close to the bears. Bear with cubs has really high chance of attacking humans. Oh yeah, no, absolutely. That's honestly with any animal. Any animal you see that you see the babies around you, unless it's an animal that's known to be chill about it, you should exit stage left. Do not get between mommy and baby. It'll be a bad time. Even little birds will attack you with that stuff. And if you've ever been around with canaries or whatever swooping you, they can be absolute monsters if they want to be. We're finding all this copper that's closer than the other copper. I got some fighting over there. I'm just hoping to get across here before that becomes a problem. Okay. How could you fit in the new school? So, side, you keep asking questions with no context around them, and we have no idea what the new school. And it feels incredibly random. It's one thing by all means if you're going to a new place and all that. Oh, come on. Come on, this is super annoying. I'm getting stuck in my own freaking cart. But, by all means, the way you fit in any place is be mindful of, what's going on around you. It's good to honestly stand back and kind of observe the way others behave and all that. See what makes sense, that kind of thing. It's fine to approach people and talk to them, but don't... Like, be open-minded. Don't just... Someone does is like, oh, that's so weird, or whatever, like, because obviously, to them, it probably won't be weird, whatever the thing is they're doing. And so that kind of stuff. Like, there's certainly a whole fitting in or whatever. Alright. But, like, I don't imagine most of the people here in chat outside... You know, there'll be some younger people that... I imagine a lot of us are going to be... You know, haven't been in school in a long time. Let's say, you mean you're going with your friend, but they are in different classes? Yeah, that's fine. But, generally, honestly, if you approach people with open mind and respect, that's not a big thing you gotta worry about. Like, yeah, it can be a little difficult to make friends, but, you need to be authentic to who you are and all that, obviously. But at the same time, like, you know, school especially could feel like an absolute popularity contest because in a lot of ways it is. But it honestly doesn't really matter that much early on. Like, just taking your time to, like, kind of get a feel for things is usually a good move. Alright, we could drop you in there. Grab you out. And you out. Drop you in here. Cool. Drop you there. Okay, so while that's processing real fast... Oh, we still got a bunch of stuff in the cart. I mean, they're bad students and all that, you know. Like, it depends. If they're bad students, as in they're troublemakers, you know, there's certainly an amount to steering clear and all that that's advised. Not that you, like, make a big awkward thing out of it. Just, you know, if you see someone's gonna get you in trouble, like, be aware, you know, what that means if you're hanging out with them, doing stuff with them, that kind of thing. That you're gonna get roped in on it, whether or not it is what you want, what you're doing, that kind of thing. Like, you don't owe anyone anything when it comes to that kind of stuff. So you can drop the regular wood in there. We've got the pine cone, we can drop that down there. I've got raw meat here. Because this is getting full. I need to clear out a lot of inventory, so we can drag you up here. Now let's just grab the honey as our reserve food. Pop over here and get all that repaired. But yeah, no, it's definitely one of those things, especially when you're in school, it's easy to fall into the situation where you're like, oh, you know, I gotta fit in, I gotta, like, I'm not popular, like that kind of thing. It's one of those things that I find one of the lessons you kind of learn in life as you go on is to just not care. Like, it's kind of harsh with that kind of thing. It's just, like, genuinely, it's not worth caring. Like, you find you put all that effort into that, and it was just entirely wasted. Oh, switch those out, so if I go to hunt the deer, I'm not wasting my better arrows for stuff. Alright, so we got a bunch of this. Yeah, but it's not a bad idea to kind of sit back and just kind of get a feel for who's doing what, where, that kind of thing. Decide like what kind of groups you want to be in, who you can relate with, that kind of stuff. Especially when you're new someplace. Because you don't know like the social dynamic and yada yada. I'm failing at this. Alright. Okay, so I don't need to go through that whole process. So let's drop this off real fast. So what I'm going to need now is I need to get, I believe it was 10 deer hide real fast. Because I would like to recover my other boat. Yeah, so it's 10 deer hide, of which I have 4. So let's go quickly get ourselves some deer. Alright, there's 1. Nah, it's over. Oh wait, was it not over? Did I actually hit that? Okay. Alright, I thought I shot just a little too high. I went right over the top of it. I think it's just a boar. So I could go for is a nice 3-star deer. That way if I kill it... Close. There we go. Get ourselves a nice 3-star deer. So get a bunch of stuff all at once. Thank you. Yeah, I mean, let everyone make their own choices so far as their route. I do feel there is many different paths you could take, all depending on your personal interests and all that. By all means, technical and trade schools aren't a bad idea if you have a technical or trade to go into. If you're not as certain on what you want to do, then it could be better to get a more generalized kind of thing. Like, it used to be, when I was younger, the answer of, do you go to college? And the answer was yes. That's not necessarily the case anymore. It's way more in the it depends. Because there's certain things you could decide to do that college is a requirement. There's just as much things that, you know, decisions you might choose to make that college really doesn't benefit you nearly as much. It's never bad. Like, it's never going to hurt your job prospects or anything like that. Just, it may not be worth your time or the cost. Because I do know there's a number of people who are very like, oh, just don't do it, it's not worth it. It's like, that's not fair. I would certainly also say it wouldn't be fair to say, oh no, you absolutely should always do it. That's also not fair. Okay, so I need 2 more. Like most things in life, there's nuance. Okay. Because I'm honestly curious in the long term. It definitely feels like, you got the last 2? Oh, yeah, I did get 2, okay. Because definitely a thing that what we've got is, with the younger generation, we are having a lot more of the younger generation who are going into trades and crafts and all, and I don't think that's a bad thing at all. But it does make me wonder, 10, 20 years down the road, if, we have a generation that heavily leans towards the trades and craftsmen, and then we end up having in our situation where we need more college-educated people to fill in, like, the doctors, lawyers, accountants, all these kind of things that suddenly we don't have enough of. And, like, there's a balance to it. You can't go too far one way or the other, because then you have a gap in your professions that you got to get figured out. Not that I'm saying, oh, it's a mistake to do it now or anything. I'm not at all saying that. But it is just one of those things that it's worth knowing that there is a trend happening there, and I don't think it's bad, to be clear. But the best advice you can give is don't worry about what others think about you. It's not worth it to mold yourself. Yeah, no, there's definitely that too. Now, there's certainly also something to be mindful of how you are perceived by others, and is that who you want to be? So not is that, like, is who you want, like, who you are, what they want? That's not what you should worry about, but rather, is this the type of person I want to be? Like, is being perceived in this way something I would like? Or do I want to make a conscious decision to, try and make whatever improvements I choose to make? Alright. So we've got our arrows. Let's drop off the extra picks for right now. I don't think I have a reason to keep these as anything but that. Let's see, it's an ebb and flow between traders and very skilled work. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't use the term that it's not skilled work to be in a trade. That's actually one of those things, and I know this isn't the impression you're trying to get. Like, I get you're trying to imply, like, jobs that require a higher level of education and all that. I just push back at the skilled versus non-skilled labor, because a lot of people use that as an excuse to underpay people and that kind of thing. Alright, do I have enough of that to do something? So we can get the bronze pickaxe. So I don't have enough for a bronze pickaxe, so I'm going to not use farther materials. So we'll save these for making a bronze pickaxe. I will need these. I also need the resin, I believe. Okay, so I need a little bit more fine wood than I've got. So we can go ahead and we'll drop you here and here and here. And I understand that wasn't the thing. Was the tradesman who say the most resourceful folks you'll ever meet? Don't take it lightly. So I wouldn't sit there and put like a tradesman over someone who's got a degree or vice versa. That I'd say, oh, this one's more resourceful than that one. I've worked with tons and tons of tradesmen. I've worked with tons and tons of people who got, traditional educations and all that kind of stuff. And I wouldn't say I've ever noted an appreciable difference in resourcefulness or skill or talent or anything like that. Like, if we're talking book smart, there's certainly a difference, but that's not a thing that really matters. I also wouldn't even necessarily say I've noticed one particularly having a better accoutrement or flexibility for working jobs or anything either. I feel like it genuinely is just two different paths that, you'll have people who are talented in both situations. Okay, you done being terrifying? Okay. Yeah, no, I get that's the way you feel, Darth, and that's fine. It's not something I've ever seen personally reflected. Like, it's not to say that tradesmen are not resourceful. It's between, people who have, like, degrees in software engineering or language or whatever versus an electrician. I haven't... Like, you'll have them be more resourceful in their respective trade. Certainly, like an electrician is going to be more resourceful with dealing with electrical stuff. You're going to have a plumber who's going to be more resourceful in stuff related to plumbing and yada yada. But I wouldn't turn around and then say, well, a software developer isn't as resourceful. It's like, well, no, but they're more resourceful in their respective trade as well. And again, the only reason I'm pushing back is I've just had a lot of cases where you'll have people who either badmouth tradesmen, they'll be like, oh, unskilled or whatever, which is unfair and not real. And just the same thing, you'll have people look at, like, people with college education will be like, oh, like, they don't live in the real world or whatever, and that kind of thing. The most resourceful people I know happens to have their PhD in chemistry. I have seen some chemists do some amazing things. Some terrifying things, but also amazing things. Okay, so I'm gonna need, I believe, a little bit more of the wood. Because, yeah, so I need 20 wood for that, and I need 30 wood for the boat itself. Let's get that going. Alright, so I need probably like 2 more trees. Yeah, no, it's just one of those things. I feel like stuff like resourcefulness is just completely independent of any type of education. That's a trope that is in so many different types of media. And this is, you know, fiction stuff. Not true stuff. Like in Dungeons and Dragons kind of stuff, or in Star Trek or Star Wars, or like so many things, like so much sci-fi, so much fantasy out there. When they like depict the different alien races or the different, you know, races of the planet or whatever, it's almost always that they'll present humanity as like the 2 main attributes is that they're the jack of all trades and that they're extremely resourceful. That is almost always the way that we're depicted. Don't get me wrong, human beings are a resourceful creature. Like, compared to, you know, bears and bees and all that kind of stuff as well. But it is one of those things that I always find amusing, that's just, like, this kind of universally agreed on trope in so many of these things. That while they may not be the most resourceful, they're always up there. And it's always one of those things, the head scratcher. Yeah, that's fine. I'm not saying, like, that's the whole point. One being resourceful does not require the other to not be resourceful. There doesn't have to be a winner and loser. There are attributes completely unrelated to different things. Like, you don't look at a doctor and then look at, you know... Like, you don't look at a doctor and, like, a software developer and go, oh, well, clearly the doctor's going to be the better person at fishing. No, that's entirely unrelated to anything. Means they're both the smartest and dumbest things alive. I wouldn't necessarily agree with that. We are fairly smart. Like, we're definitely up there. There is argument about certain animals being smarter than us in general, but having more limitations due to, like, not having opposable thumbs and yada yada. Oh, that's lovely. Like, one of the big advantages humans do have is our ability to retain knowledge, that we can write it down and pass it on. Have you seen Florida Man? Yep. And that is a meme, stereotype, trope, whatever you want to go, that only exists because Florida actually has some fairly progressive laws when it comes to government record. That all government records, you know, with some specific exceptions, because for practicality reasons, for all purposes, that some government records are open record, and therefore when you have a slow news cycle, what they would do is they would go in and then check Florida's records, because that was all public and they could find, you know, whatever person was doing ridiculous things that given week. And so, amusingly enough, why would you... Don't Storm right now is literally right about to sail away. But yeah, no, literally where the meme Florida man comes from is we have what's referred to as the Sunshine Laws here in Florida. And what the Sunshine Laws do is they make just about everything public record as far as government record, including police reports. So what ends up happening is when you're having a slow news week, and you're like, man, we really just need, like, we need something that's gonna be a bit interesting and something, you know, to grab people's attention. We don't have any better stuff going on right now. That they would go and look at the police records to see who did a ridiculous thing. And the reality is, we don't have a monopoly on dumb people. We don't even have, like, an abnormally high rate of them. We do have a lot of them. Like, to be clear, we do actually have a lot of them because we have a very large population. And assuming a similar distribution, well, you get how that works. So, I should really not go out in this storm. But I also really don't want to wait. So I'm probably going to make bad decisions. If we stick to the shallows, it shouldn't be too bad. But we want to stick to the shallows. Because if we go deep sea, we are having a bad time. But yeah, no, it's a thing that you'll hear occasionally stories come out just about everywhere about, like, a person in Carolina, you know, robbing a convenience store with a goose. And all that kind of stuff. You'll hear ridiculous people do ridiculous stuff everywhere. You know, if you take any group of people, any demographic, you know, more than just a couple, then you're going to have some number of them who are going to be eccentric, who are going to do some bizarre things, and that's just kind of the way it works. So we want to stay out of the deep water because it's going to be choppy. I'm also not going to go and lower the mast completely, and we're going to be very careful about any time we have a crosswind as opposed to behind us mostly. Because we don't want to go too fast, because they have a higher chance of throwing the boat over if we do that. If we have a really bad crosswind, we have a chance of tipping the boat over. If we go to deeper waters, we get way worse waves. They're just going to go and cruise along in the shallows here. Alright, looks like the wind is changing direction. Of course it is. We started moving in our boat, so of course the wind will immediately change directions to be inconvenient for our journey. That is how this works. If you've ever played Valheim, this is how this always works. You almost never have the wind on your side unless you're just vaguely exploring. Okay. Because I would like to get the other portal up and recover my boat before we switch games. Ideally, I'd also like to kill Elder, but at a minimum, I'd at least like to get back to where we were and get that portal up. So you also have to watch turning too sharply. You kind of want the waves to go with you or directly against you, not side to side. Hey, dear, you know you're in the You're in the ocean, dear. This isn't a place you're supposed to be. But see, in Valheim, the water mechanics when storms hit are pretty fun to watch. You just wish it reacted to buildings and stuff more, like crashing against walls and things. So there is a mechanic where, like, your buildings will start to rot if they're out in the rain. The base of them. I think you do genuinely have to repair your buildings from time to time. But it is those things to always have coverings over your buildings, otherwise just it'll rot away over time. And you gotta run around, like, continuously repair them. Alright. Oh, yeah. I mean, at the same time, if we did have, like, where the waves would come up and shore and just topple your buildings, I feel like with as much effort as it is to build buildings in this game, which isn't horrible, but it isn't nothing, I feel like the way the game would go for most people is you would get to your first storm, you'd want your place right on the shore so that you were, you know, that you were all set. Oh, well, that storm left fast. You'd want to, you'd get your base set up for the first time, and the storm is back, apparently. But you get your base set up the first time, it would topple your base, you'd be like, screw this game, I'm out. Because, as I mentioned before, the play-counterplay, the only counterplay to that, unless they have it where you could basically build a levee or something, would be to never build by the water, which would mean dragging all your ore from your boat uphill to wherever you built your base. And I've done that. It's not a good time. I had the idea in one of my runs that I was going to build a hilltop castle, and I did it, and it was interesting. But it was definitely one of those things that, would I ever do it again? No. No, I would not. Every time I wanted to bring any of the resources I couldn't just teleport in, it was a slog up that hill. It just means you build a taller boathouse? Well, no, because it's... You go in and you grab your, like, your 20 copper, 30 copper, like, whatever you can carry on your person. You grab your inventory full, and then after that, it's like, well, that's what I can carry. Once I'm stamina negative, I have to deal with it. And so you just have to, like, walk your way up again and again. Or you build a dirt ramp and you take the cart and just fight with the cart. Which usually if you have, like, a dirt ramp you've made, the cart's not too bad. It can be frustrating, but it at least will work. It may not be efficient. That said, it was fun having, like, on the top of this area, like, it was over like this river bend kind of thing, and having this, like, castle up there. It didn't get very big. Like, I got a good, like, 2 floors built on it, and then I kind of gave up because dragging materials up to that place was absolutely awful. Alright, so the plan is we're going up here. Our boat is either right... So for where we're at, our boat is either right there or somewhere between these 2 points along the shore. Because I did already have my good stuff. And... Or sorry, I already did have the stuff for the teleporter, which means I had to have at least finished with what I was doing down here. But my assumption is the boat will still be there. If not, if it's gone, it's gone. I did grab those cores, right? Yeah, okay, we got them. So you can set up for teleport when you get there. Let's see. Jay's saying, sorry. The one run we had a multi-story base included a dock so you could sail inside. Oh, yeah. No, me and my friends did that like twice. Where we just had to build like 2-3 story high and then you can pull your boat in. That ended up being nice, but also having all sorts of problems, because when the waves would roll in, it would bang the boat all over the dock, and so you'd have to repair it constantly. I do kind of wish they had the idea of, like, where you could pull your boat in and you could, like, strap it, like, tie it into the dock kind of thing, and then your boat wouldn't take damage during storms or whatever. Because, I mean, even the Vikings had the, like, they clearly have ropes. You could see them everywhere. And they would, you know, take the end of their boat and they would tie it up so boat wouldn't go drifting all over the place. I'm not sure they had, like, proper anchors or anything like that. But they would, you know, stick something down on shore and then tie it up to that. And we are once again against the wind. Now keep in mind, we were against the wind going this way, and we're against the wind going this way. Oh, we got a troll cave right over here. I don't think I'll end up caring about stuff like the troll caves and all that, but with the changes the game has had over the years, I don't know how in-depth they get. There's always the possibility that I'll have need for, like, the troll head trophies, or more troll leather, or stuff like that. Oh, good. The wind is now with me. It heard me call it out, and it started to worry about it. It thought we were getting wise to it, that literally the game is artificially extended by making your sailing take longer. That's not actually a thing that I'm aware of. But, it feels that way sometimes, like deliberately they slow down the rate you can sail just to get more playtime. Because there are legitimately games that do that kind of stuff. Oh man, what game was it? There was a game, was it Destiny? I think it was Destiny 2. There was a game that they literally had the leveling mechanic, so that as you played longer in a single play session, like the rate you got XP, it would gradually nerf your XP and nerf your drops. That way, you couldn't just, like, binge play it and, like, make lots of progress. Like, the more you played it, the less valuable your time playing it was. There were a lot of ideas that were proposed for Destiny 2 that got really, really kind of out there. The worst one, and we don't know of it ever actually being implemented, but it was patented, was just the whole thing where they would, for the PvP side, they would deliberately put you in a higher bracket than your current matchmaking. So if your skill, like, play skill is that of a silver player or whatever, what they would do is they would put you in a group with a bunch of gold players and all, and I'm just making up arbitrary tiers. But, they would put you in a group with the gold players that are mostly using the same weapon, and so you would just keep getting your butt handed to you because you're playing at, you know, you're playing with players that are above your current skill set. And so then what they did is you would then be presented with that weapon that they were using on sale, that you could buy it. And if you bought it, then they would go and they put you against people who are a tier below you for a while. So you'd go from getting your butt handed to you again and again and again by players who, they put in more time, they got more skilled in the game, they're more coordinated, whatever it is, they have a higher rate of winning. But they put you against them, you know, to get you unhappy. You'd buy this weapon, you'd suddenly start winning because you're being put against people who are lower tier than you, and they would gradually wean it off to slowly get you back to fighting against people who are better than you with a different weapon, and then they'd do the sale. And the idea was they could just keep rotating it, and it wouldn't even be that necessarily the weapon was better or worse. it was literally they would be artificially making you have a higher rate of wins and losses by putting you against people at different skill sets that are appropriate for you. That said, I don't believe they ever actually implemented that, but they did patent it, and people absolutely raised Cain about it, and so I think they're too scared to do it. Let's see, was that done for Destiny 2 to make players take a break so players wouldn't die trying to binge play it? No. No, because if you're going to do that, then you'd be very open about that kind of stuff. It was literally people were playing the game, and then people started going, hey, wait a second. I'm getting less XP, and I'm getting less this than I was before. What's happening? And like I said, not 100% was Destiny 2. It could have been a different game. But, they figured it out that it was a thing that it would just gradually nerf the rate you would get stuff. But it wasn't some ethical, conscious, hey, we don't want people to have a gaming addiction, because they were also doing loot boxes and all that kind of stuff. It was just very deliberately a way to get the people who are their quote-unquote whales, the ones who'd put in ridiculous hours and spend money and all that kind of stuff, to get them to stick around longer, to not finish the content too fast. Because, you know, there's more money to be made. And it became a debacle. I think that may have, I can't remember, that may have been Destiny 2, that may have been The Division 2. I feel like it was Destiny 2, though. And it fit the kind of behavior that happened when the game first came out. Alright, I think we'll be okay with that. We get knocked around a little bit with a crosswind, but the waves aren't too bad. Yeah, there's all sorts of, like, really shady stuff that gets done. And it is very heavily the MMO games as a service kind of stuff that... And that's where the bad reputation for those games comes from, is a lot of that kind of behavior. Where the games try and do stuff to artificially increase playtime that runs counter to the interest of the players. That said, games as a service isn't inherently bad. It's just, it does tempt people, or tempt developers to do stuff that isn't exactly good. Good for their player base, I mean. Because, like, usually you'll have monetization be stuff like your loot boxes or whatnot. So it looks like there's, like, a little canal, or a little channel here. So we're gonna go ahead and cut through this channel versus turning up right away. And the reason I'm thinking that can't see, we're smashing into rocks and all that. And the reason I'm thinking this, oh, it's just shallow, so we're just beaching it on the sand, is where Elder is, we didn't have a bunch of stuff on the other side. So if we keep pushing this, there's a good chance we'll just get through here. Because then realistically, this will start turning up here. We did cut through a river through there, so there is always a chance that I'm turning into like some sea, lake, whatever area that'll be enclosed. I don't think so. This is a pretty big area. But I figure if we follow this shore up, that it's going to take us in the general direction of Elder. Kind of ideally, it's probably good that I go over that way. Alright. So the downside is I'm not seeing the other shoreline at all. But the hope is that this will eventually turn up that way. If it doesn't, I am down to just take our way across the ocean. Yeah, you can see there's a mountain over there. Yeah, so this can get pretty sketchy. Let's keep the wind mostly behind us, but let's start cutting across the ocean. And the reason this gets dangerous is because of sea serpents. There's a landform over to my right a little. But they are just going to cut straight across. Well, there's the sea serpent almost on cue. So I'm going to try and line up the boat perfectly with the wind. I cannot see at all what I'm doing to fight it. Well, it seems to be having problems doing damage, so we're just going to go with the strategy of run. If we go fast enough, we might just get away. Because remember, they have a lot of difficulty hitting you from behind. Not that they can't do it, they can. Alright, so it looks like it might be piecing out. Alright, so let's start getting to this shore, and then we can start turning towards Elder, following the shoreline. Yeah, so we did a run from it.
Rual, I have achieved the state of yogurt.
Congratulations on your yogurt. Alright, so this will be a little rough. I'm gonna try and just cut across here. Because again, I'm going on the hope that our boat will be right there with Elder. Oh, it's just like a perch or something. Yeah, because I can already see the other landmass directly ahead of us. It's much nicer when you have the bigger boat. You have way more storage to work with and all that good stuff. Way less of a hassle. I think it actually gets faster than this one. The weird things about naval navigation were often the bigger boat's the faster boat. Just because, you know, if you've got propellers, you've got more room for propellers. When you got sails, you got more room for sails. Alright, so the hope is we're going to get over here and we're going to see our other boat just sitting there. That would be the dream. If not, we'll get the portal going first. And then we'll sail... Alright, so we got another... Another serpent. Same plan as last time. We're just going to get it going to speed. We'll probably take a hit here. Oh, you're actually getting hits. Don't do that. I just need to get a little bit farther, and then we'll be golden. That's right, go away. Alright, Oh, it was... There we go. We can go here real fast, just trying to clear the enemies around me immediately. Alright, and we're having a world save right now, so that's good news. Okay. Once the world save happens, let's see real fast. Are you inside range? Alright. Why? Okay. I was like, why are you offline? I need you to not be offline. Okay, so we did get this, so what I am going to quickly do... That's not exactly how I planned for that to go, but that's totally fine. We could stack all of this away. Cool. And with that, we're gonna go sleep real fast. Oh, it must be about to be daytime. We can go back through. And like I said, I would like to find our other boat because our other boat has 80 bronze nails worth of material in it. Not to mention other stuff. And that's still nothing to scoff at. That's some solid materials for us. Was there an update? I haven't played this game since it first released. So yes. Has there been an update recently? I have no idea. I do know it's been updated since the last time I played. Like, I know Ashlands and the Mistlands are supposed to be in the game. I haven't heard very good things, though, about them. I've heard generally they're just obnoxious and tedious. So what we're going to try and do is we're going to follow this shore down to there. Because like I said, we did have the materials we needed. And we didn't take the boat up that way. I didn't take the boat in there. That's fine. Because I just want to see if we can't recover our ship. If we can, great. If we can't, that's fine too. We can just take the boat back over to our portal, tear the boat down, teleport back home, just drop the boat in a box, and go from there. Don't expect the boat to be too close to the shore. We were cutting across, and I was going a little bit wide on purpose. Honestly, the worst case scenario, would be the boat just being in the middle, because then disassembling the boat, collecting its materials, and putting it in my boat would be a bit more of a hassle. But we can address that if we get there. Alright, so that's going too wide out. Let's see, JD saying, Meadows pretty and fun, Black Forest, eh. If you like the Dark Pine Forest, Swamp is blah all the way around other than Iron. Plains are pretty, but the monsters suck. Everything past that sort of meh and hard monsters. That's kind of the vibe I got. And like I remember when I played Plains, I didn't like the plains. Like, some of the monsters were interesting there, but stuff like the mosquitoes past the very beginning just became a nuisance so fast. Yeah, so I think actually, yeah, I went over here to the left. There's my boat. What's interesting is the oak tree is still there. So literally where we got disconnected, or where it crashed, was we had been over here, parked the boat, and we're in progress of chopping down those trees. Alright, so the plan here is to just get our boat in a position where we can move stuff between them. Grab the crap we had in there. Doesn't really matter what we bring over. The wood's heavy, so we can move that. Take this boat apart. All right. Cool, so I get all my materials back for that boat. And what that's done is it saved me 4 bronze bars worth of nails, a bunch of fine wood, a bunch of deer hide, and some resins. The bronze nails are the big one, because that does mean later, if I lose another boat, I just have a spare boat I could just chuck in there real fast. Alright, so let's just back up real fast to get ourselves out of here. Alright. Yeah, there's not a river there. So unfortunate reality... Oh, I forgot about that. The unfortunate reality of this place is I've got a big wide ring around this whole area. That whole island is just rough to get through. And so that's just kind of a bummer. So what I am going to go ahead and do is debating which way is going to go home. I'm going to start going down along here because we don't know what biomes we have along here. So I figure I'll check nearby. We'll go and get this path here. We've got our teleporter up. As long as I don't get anywhere near it, I don't have to worry about getting torn down. But that means I do have my teleporter to Elder. We do have a decent amount of materials. I've got my boat here and a spare. So that's all good news. But I'm kind of curious if we get over here. Because it could even be if I can get to like this part of shore, I might just walk across if it's not too bad. We'll see. But I'm kind of hoping to find a better swamp biome. We got a swamp biome right up here. But that's the closest that we've seen so far. But honestly, with me and my friends that are playing, literally, they would be like, oh yeah, we want to go grind these materials and fully upgrade our tools. I'm like, well, I've got my first upgrade that's good enough for me. Let me just go ahead and I'll start mapping out the world. And I would take the time to just sail around and be like, okay, there's this island. Like, outline all the continents. So I'd be like, okay, there's a plains over there. There's a swamp over here. that kind of thing. And it takes for absolutely ever. But it'd be one of those things I'd kind of just do when, you know, there's times when you want to be really focused on the game, doing a lot, having some action and all that kind of stuff. And then there's other times you play the game where you're like, eh. Like, I'm just looking to, like, just kind of chill. So you kind of set your course on your ship. You know, work on something else in the meantime. And just cruise about. It's also what I'd usually do when they weren't on and I was on the server, is I would just sail around, mapping everything out. Like, I really liked that part of the game. I was waiting for that to be a river, because that would make me curious where it led out. Because the rivers in this game, you can see they are designed to let you cut across continents. I'm kind of hoping there is a river here and I just missed it. I don't think there is. Yeah, just a big rock.
Take a sip. What's the worst that could happen?
And then meanwhile, we're about to get into an ad break. I'll keep the boat sailing while the ad break's going on. I'm going to mute my microphone, eat my food. I'm not going to go to the away screen, just because you've had issues that every single time the game loses focus in OBS. When I get back to the game, it crashes, and I just don't want to deal with it. Especially where our boat is now, I would have to figure out where we last had the boat. That's what this whole last hour or something has been. It's been going back because actually almost 2 hours, because we had our stuff set up for making the portal, and we had our boat, and we crashed, and, you know, our boat wasn't where we were, because when we crashed, we spawned at our bed, not at the boat, which I think is just a safety measure while you're out in the water. That way, if you were playing, like, multiplayer and you were on the boat or whatever, or you're playing at a server and you had your boat there, you try and spawn there and you have that. Can I snooze that? Okay, cool. Nope, didn't mean to punch. Hey, Kildrix, how'd the rest of your stream go? I do hope you had a good time, Valheim. Got a raid and run? No problem. I really appreciate the raid, and, you go ahead and have yourself a good rest of your evening and all that good stuff. I totally understand raiding and running. Alright, we got a spawn point here, so let's go ahead and mark that down. Okay. But welcome and all that. You completely restarted. Were you there for that? Yes. And for those who don't know Kildrix, absolutely fantastic content creator. Been playing some very heavily modded Valheim lately. Doing like a mod pack, whatever you want to call it, for Valheim. That adds an absolutely absurd amount of stuff to the game. The Crumb Pack. Yeah, so definitely worth checking out. But welcome in, Raiders. I am Rual Storge. I do play a variety of games here on Twitch. At the moment, we are playing some Valheim. Ooh. I think that was just like a regular Tomb thing. We are not playing a modded version of Valheim. We are playing vanilla. But welcome and all that good stuff. I'm Rual Storge. I do play a variety of games here on Twitch. I'm most known for my exploits in Project Zomboid, where I used to hold a world record for the highest kill count run ever streamed. That said, that record has been beaten. But that's, you know, I am a variety streamer. I do play like lots of RimWorld. I do play lots of I've played lots of Project Zomboid. I do play a decent number of like slice of life sim style games. So, you know, your Stardew Valleys, your Coral Island, that kind of thing. So I play a pretty wide range. Settlement builders, city builders, all that kind of good stuff. Simulation's pretty big on the channel as well, stuff like Farm Sim. So if any of that sounds good, don't forget to drop a follow, that way you can find your way back here in the future. For those who don't know Kildrix, Kildrix does play a bunch of the games similar to us as well. Has played Project Zomboid, has played RimWorld, is playing Valheim, which is what we're playing right now, among others. It's definitely good stuff. But they changed that spawn thing because people used to swim across large sections of water. They swim until almost dead, log out, then log in and get fully healed. See, for me, I wouldn't bother patching that. Because, for those who missed, we basically, the last 2 hours, we spent recovering our boat. because we took our boat up to get a portal and everything set up for Elder. And what happened was I got everything ready for the portal and all that. I stepped away from the computer for a little while to quickly use the restroom. And for whatever reason, I've been having an issue that when I change my source away from Valheim and back, the game crashes. And so what happened was we had our boat, we had the portal stuff on us, and the game crashed, and it didn't put us back in the boat, it put us back at home, which is down here. And so you get the problem of what's going on there. So I had to go and gather all the resources to build a second boat, to go back up there, to then set up the portal, to then go get my other boat, take it apart, and now we're returning all of that down this way. I could have just gone back to my portal, but I want to just explore what's over this way. And honestly, there wasn't much. It looks like there's like another island here or so. And we've literally had the wind only work with us for about 30 seconds this entire time. Like, and I know you could zigzag to do it, but I just don't feel like it. So we've been doing as Valheim does, which is you always don't have the wind behind you. Unless you have the special ability. Let's see, if this counts as backseating, you're sorry, but you can turn off the steam cloud staves and make everything local to avoid super far rollbacks. Oh no. Okay. So you're saying turning off the steam cloud saves means you save more often or whatever? Oh, auto backup history. That's not what we're looking for. I'll have to look later. But yeah. No, that's fine. No, you're good. The only thing, like, I don't want backseating wise is like, you know, oh, you should use this weapon against this boss. It's just better. Oh, you can go find this over there. It's just better. Or just like, hey, the next item you get is there. Unless I ask for it, of course. But stuff with the games where, like, things, like, what button does what, that kind of stuff, yeah, that doesn't bother me. Because some games are really good about it, where they have the controls labeled really well, so there's no question about it. And then there's some games where they don't mention your controls in the, like, they don't mention your controls in the actual, where you change your controls. They don't have anything in the UI. You just have to kind of mash buttons until something happens. That said, I haven't had too much problems with Valheim. Alright. That's not much wind we're going to go with. We're going to go kind of at a weird angle because I'm full sail with just the tiniest bit of wind catching my sails. Oh, is that the wind shifting? Yes, it is. Didn't look like it shifted much. That's fine. Hopefully with a little bit faster, we'll be able to get around this. But yeah, so we're still pretty early game. We've only at bronze tech. Yeah, okay, well yeah, Steam doesn't save your player to the cloud as often as needed. If you move the local saves each time the game closes, each time the game closes and during world saves. Yeah, so the problem is the game is crashing on me. That it's not alt-tabbing out of the game, like that works fine, I don't have any issues with it. It's in OBS, which is what I use to stream to Twitch and YouTube and all that. When I switch to my away scene, it hides the game from the stream by changing its source, and then for whatever reason when I change the source back, OBS is crashing, which I've never seen a game do that before. So I don't really know what's going on with that, but that is what it is. Alright, so the good news is we've actually got ourselves pretty decently set up. We've got our bronze armor. I still could use a better weapon. I'm still using my flint spear, which has been upgraded several levels. We've got our bronze axe. So, like, weapon-wise, we definitely could use an upgrade. That said, I remember Elder not being a particularly hard fight. like in the last time I played it, which has been a while. I do remember he was weak against fire, and it was genuinely just dealing with a handful of his attacks and then spraying him with fire arrows again and again. And then when he gets a bunch of his little tree people up, you kill them, and you kind of repeat. And I want to say, like, his big attacks were, I want to say he stomped in the ground around you, and that caused all sorts of grief. And a couple of other things. Alright, so we actually finally have the wind with us. Do you have thoughts on shields versus bucklers? So I was using the big full scale, like full shield going on. Come to find that you can't really parry with that shield. And so I found just being able to parry was way more important. Like, yeah, having the shield reduce your damage is nice and all, but timing a proper parry seems like it reduces the damage by so much more and you stun most things with it. So I found that. I actually haven't been using the shield, I've just been using the spear and then parrying with the spear. I probably should get, like, the buckler or whatever. But, I originally had, like, the big shield and just was kind of unimpressed by it. Like, just using using no shield and parrying with the spear felt way better than trying to use the shield for anything. Because if you can stun something, it opens up time to get critical hits. How much weight do I have in there? Yeah, no. I was going to see if I could pack up the entire boat and its inventory into my inventory and just cut across the island versus going around, but nah, it's gonna be like 400 stones, which is too much. Hey, Molly Berry, how's it going? It's good to see you. For those who don't know Molly Berry, another fantastic content creator on the platform. If I get a shout out for Molly Berry, please. Also plays a bunch of different games. I know I caught your stream, I think it was yesterday or the day before that? I'm trying to remember what you were playing. I know I saw it. What were you playing? Tiny Terror's Turbo Trip is Enshrouded has you? Got you. Steve, Twitch is saying Tiny Terrors. I'm like, nope, that's definitely not what I saw. Yeah, it was probably Enshrouded. But yeah, no, definitely good times over there with Molly Berry as well. Definitely another content creator to check out. Now, for everyone popping in here, in about 5 minutes, we're going to get hit with an ad. I did snooze it as long as I could. But I'm only allowed to snooze it 3 times, and then Twitch says too bad, and makes me play it anyways. So that's coming up in just a couple minutes. But on top of that, normally with my streams, I spend about half the time in one game and half the time in the other game. It's been a thing lately that I've been spending more and more streams just on one game. But I'm trying to get back to doing the split stream a little bit better, because I found that personally works with my audience and yada yada. It also is one of those things that as a variety streamer, it kind of helps when I play like a really wide range of genres. So there's definitely times that I play a bit too much of like one game, and it starts to have people who that's just not their jam. You know, it starts being a bit much that they're kind of over it. Man, going around this whole area, I wish I knew that this is just like a big harbor or whatever when I built my base, because it means anytime I want to go north, I gotta go the whole way out and around, and vice versa. I think realistically what we'll do is after we kill Elder, I'll try to explore south. Deliberately make the point of going out the mouth of the harbor. It might even be a thing that maybe eventually we move our base, which I don't like, because I like building one base and making it really nice and not doing that. That was an event for the last stream? Yeah. I know I heard of Tiny Terry's. I don't remember it. I feel like it had a really weird animation style, like kind of a fun, gimmicky animation style, if it's the game I'm thinking of. Like, I think maybe I played the demo at Next Fest a while back. But it could also just be mixing up with a totally different game. Alright. At least we're getting some wind to work this whole way. But yeah, so some of the things we've got going on the channel right now, for example, is we have a run going in Coral Island. They had their big 1.1 update. For those who don't know what Coral Island is, if you like Stardew Valley, you'll like Coral Island. I can't necessarily guarantee that, but they're very, very much similar. So if you think where Harvest Moon existed and then Stardew Valley came out and took that formula, added some spice to it, made it a bit nicer, added a bit more to it, Coral Island does that to Stardew Valley. And genuinely, these days, I would hold Coral Island as like the top in the slice of life genre for now. Excluding nostalgia, not going back to when games released, but like right now, it's the one I enjoy the most. It's got some bugs, to be clear. It just had a major update, and they were impacted by the Humble Games publisher shutting down. So they're impacted, and they're trying to navigate that. So if you're planning on playing on console, it's in a rough spot right now, because Humble had control over the console versions, and now Humble Games doesn't actually have a staff. And so we're not sure what that looks like quite yet. But the PC version's good. So I got that going. We've got the Valheim run going. We just started that. This is our second stream with it. I've got a RimWorld challenge where we're using the RimWorld Expanded Aspirations mod. So if you've ever played The Sims, where people have like their lifelong goals and all that, that brings that mechanic to RimWorld. And some of the things that they have as aspirations are absolutely cursed. Like some people just want to get addicted to Luciferum, or have a joy wire installed, or become a sanguiphage, or kill an enemy faction leader, or have a rival and have that rival die. Or be a cannibal, or the many other things that you basically expect because RimWorld is RimWorld. So we've got that going on as well. There were plans of doing the No Man's Sky expedition, because I haven't done that yet. That may or may not ultimately happen. I might choose to do something else. Because I enjoy No Man's Sky, but I feel like I'm getting into the event pretty late at this point. We'll see. I've been flown between a bunch of different ideas of things I'd like to do. Yeah, and the ad's about to happen. Normally I would go to an away screen and wait with that, but this game has been crashing every time I come back from it. So I just don't want to take the chances with the game crashing. And then, you know, trying to figure out what the heck happened to my boat and everything else. Besides, the only thing of interest that I expect to potentially happen out here is if a sea serpent showed up. Which, realistically, that means I just turn to go into the wind and we just run till it's gone. Because I'm not a particularly good place for fighting it. We're still using a crude bow, so we're very not well equipped. Alright, so we're about to go into our harbor. We're basically straight back. But yeah. Now, because I know some of the games that we also debated was Traveler's Rest. I think I might wait for that one to get closer to 1.0. They had a big update that added a lot, but that was another one that was kind of late to the pack on, and so it's like, okay, seems like people have mostly moved on from it. Like it didn't really see much viewership on Twitch. I'm like, I'll wait till it's close to done. It's one of those things as a creator we run into where there is an expectation for you to play early access games, because a big value that we as streamers provide is that games that people aren't sure about, their early access, they want to see some people stream it before they spend their hard-earned money on the game and all that. So there is a very distinct pressure to be like, hey, play the early access games, because that's, one, people are really interested in seeing it just in general, and two, that's a value we offer. And then another thing that ends up happening with that, though, is you get kind of tired of it because of how many games you play. Like, this is a little bit fun, and you put in like 100, 200 hours, and then you gotta start over, and they put in 100, 200 hours, and then you gotta start over, and you're like, you know, I'm kind of over this game. So I've definitely found, outside of content creation, I don't play much early access anymore. I want to play finished games. Alright, it looks like the wind shifted a little bit, so I can get a little bit of wind to sail with. Because, like, I know for me, Valheim was the first game that I kind of ruined myself for Valheim for a while, because of the early access nature of it. What I ended up doing was when the game very first came out, I must have played through all the content they had like 4 or 5 times, and just thoroughly burned myself out in the game. Like, tapped that thing for every bit of content it had, and just got myself to the point that the idea, like, I would start a new run of Valheim, I'd get right about to the point of Iron and just be like, nah man, I can't do it. I just don't wanna do this again right now. And I tried to go back to a couple years later, and it was still like, I played and it was the exact same thing. It got to right around Iron, and it was just like, nope, I'm over it, I just don't want to deal with it. Not that it's hard, I just don't wanna. This is the first time I've gotten back where so far I've been enjoying it, but we also haven't gotten to the Iron yet. So, who knows? But I really haven't played since it first released. That said, if I'm being honest, I haven't really noticed anything, or I really haven't noticed much. I shouldn't say anything. I really haven't noticed much new. There's been some mild quality of life stuff, which I certainly wouldn't complain. But so far, it feels kind of the same. Now that said, I know they've got the Ashlands have been added, and those weren't a thing, and the Mistlands have been added. Like, alright, let me rephrase that. They were a thing, you could go there, but there was nothing there. Like, back then. But so can't you set up to be able to take ore through the portals now? Yeah, but the problem isn't the portals. That's fine. The problem is, the swamp sucks. It's just obnoxious. And then until you get the thing that lets you see the iron underneath the ground, you have to sit there and, like, muck your way through the swamp, go to a cave, get maybe 10, 20 iron, and then repeat the process. And the whole time you have to, like, deal with making sure you have the food buffs to prevent poison, or just go without the protection and just try and endure it. The slimes I want to say were... I can't remember if they were tanky. There was something about the slimes that made them obnoxious to deal with, beyond just the poison. That's it, I don't remember. So it wasn't the portals. Like, I actually really like the sailing in the game and traveling the map. That part's fine. It's the grinding materials, that some of the material grind at first was fun and then gradually shifted to tedious. And I believe there's world settings where you can, you know, increase the amount of resources or reduce the amount of resources, something along that lines. And I probably should mess with that. But right now we're just on the default generated world. I changed no settings at all. Alright. And we're almost home. Have I seen the Yormantig yet? I have no idea what that is. If it's something new, no. If it's something that's in the game originally, yes. I mean, not yet in this run. But basically, if it's new content, no. The world eating snake and it's old, I don't remember. I did see literally everything in the game when it first came out, multiple times. that a troll I hear? Alright, well, let's drop stuff off real fast. And get all this out of our inventory. We can put the nails there. Alright. Normally I can see it sometimes moving through the sky. Oh, it's just like a... It's not like an enemy. I probably saw it previously, but... Again... It's just one of those things that I don't remember half the stuff. But yeah, as you can see, like, we just got a little building here. It's nothing amazing. Right now it's a rectangle. We did start building it over the water because, of course we did. Why wouldn't you? Alright. Okay. And I'm just trying to run around and get a bunch of these things queued up. We got too much junk and not enough place to put it. Alright, and with that... Drop you off real fast. Get all those going. Alright. Hey, Don, I'm doing pretty good. Hanging out and playing some Valheim. And I already got that, so... I've learned my lesson before. Always hit it towards what I want. And the reason I'm doing this is, one, so that, you know, random enemies can't destroy my boat and I lose my stuff because I just don't keep track of it. I've had the number of times it's gotten knocked around by waves and just banged itself to bits or damaged my buildings and all that. I really wish the base game had a, like, tie-down anchor. Wouldn't the hammer work better? No, the hammer won't let me just take it apart. Okay. They did before. There was probably, like, one person found a way to cheese it, and then they took it away from everyone because of that. I've found that's pretty common with a lot of these types of games. Okay. So I'm gonna need to move some stuff around. So I'm gonna drop you in here. Right now, move these hides over there. The resin is starting to become a problem. Which I remember that being a big thing last time when I played this too. Is I always found myself with, like, way too much of resources that the enemies just randomly dropped. Sure. Alright, never mind. But, like, way too many resources of stuff that enemies drop because you just keep killing the enemies, because why wouldn't you? Alright, so we're almost got all that refined. Yeah, there's little things like that, though, that I wish they were a little bit more efficient. Like, either you can put way more in there, and I'm sure there's mods for all of that, because there's always mods for all of that. But I also don't feel like modding my games. I just prefer running stuff vanilla. But it's one of those things that Valheim is definitely balanced around either you playing with a bunch of friends or doing like one playthrough kind of thing. And it is just one of those things that's really easy to kind of be like, I really wish I had more stuff going on. We'll end up building more of a blacksmithy. Well, at least that's the intention, is to build more of a blacksmithy up here eventually. Don't have any possible... Oh, it's still in the box. Yeah, so I'm gonna go and need to make another charcoal kiln at some point soon. Alright, so we've only got 4 more ore to put in there. And that'll be good. Three, that should be popping out of time. 2. Yeah, so I gotta make another one of those. That's fine. I don't have the materials yet. I'll have to go get some more of the sundering whatever's they're called. But we got enough for more bronze material. Gonna keep feeding all that. But yeah, no, that was I used to play this game in like literally just base build. I'd get to the point where I could get core wood and just base build. Like I could just burn hours and hours and hours just collecting stone, carving the ground, doing all that kind of stuff. Okay, so with that, I've got all our ore in there. I drop that. Well, actually, let's pop that out, do one more top off. And I can worry about that later. Okay. Guess it was the first time you got to Ashlands? Gotcha. I haven't been to the Ashlands since it's been, like, actually implemented. I went there once before in the very beginning, but at that point it was just, like, an empty, hollow place. There was nothing really there. So bear with me, chat. I really have got to use the restroom, so I'm gonna go quickly do that. Sorry about that. Just needed to stretch. But I'm gonna quickly use the restroom real fast. I'm gonna save the game because most likely it is going to crash when I return to this. I'm gonna try not pausing the game this time, like not leaving it pause, and see if that helps. But there's a good chance the game will crash when I get back, but we'll see what happens. All right, so thank you again so much for tuning in, and I'll be back here in just a minute or so. Well, it's spring and summer. Let's get this planted, because that is the season we are in. That's literally what I'm growing right here as well. It's fine. The tree's gone. We don't get to have this tree. Obsidians without retaining walls? Yeah, and that's, I deliberately try and make stuff. Oh, this is fine. Who wants to step out that door? This door right here. Because, that is a pretty... Well, I mean, they just did it. Alright, I guess it's fine. I'm not sure if you saw that. They walked out the door, and then they teleport up in the sky and then drop back down. So, you know, they're actually lifting that whole thing up. Oh, so I can... And timed. Alright, so let's see. And we switch scenes, and Valheim has crashed. Is that no game change? No, we're going to be game changing now. That's what's... I was honestly 100% figuring the game was going to crash, and then I was just going to wait for the game to crash. So, for those who are unfamiliar with the way this channel works, is I do stream 9 hours a night, 5 days a week. So we are at the halfway point, and normally I'll switch games around now. Since the game has been so kind as to crash itself, that gives me a perfectly good place for that cutoff to happen. So if you'll bear with me, I think what we'll be switching to is I'm going to go with RimWorld. Then we're going to pop over for our RimWorld and